Damn it.
Don't really want to deal with your shit, I'll be honest. So, there we go. Problem solved. Uh-oh. What was that about the glitch making this game better? Because it definitely is. God, I'm dumb. This is ethical. Okay, that gets out of the car. I'm noticing some minor glitches in this version that weren't in the original. Okay. Yeah, again, by being a clunkier game, it's a kind of a better stealth game. What the fuck? Never seen that one before. Anyway, fine. I love this music. Like, yeah, let's just cancel that. Why not? Hey, buddy, are you okay? You're the new Tails. What? Why is this father stupid? It's time to kick ass and follow bubblegum. Please don't clip that. That was terrible. You're stuck doing the Dirty Worker Destiny 2. Fine. Don't think about it too hard. Don't think about it too hard. It's fine. Everything's fine. Everything is fine. I'm the elite sniper. Don't you know? The elitist. Snipers. Oh. Elite. That's the side stream. Elite sniper. A lot of visual information. It's This is better than what I was going to It's gonna stop! Egg. I'm hungry now. God damn it. I've saved the game.
I offer you a delicious egg in this trying time.
Shut his egg down. Fuck. A story. Oh no, the egg is taking over. Where are you happy to house? What? It's time! Pizza trick! Damn it! Don't think about it too hard. Don't think about it too hard. It's fine. Everything's fine. Everything is fine. I'm the elite sniper. The elitist. Snipers. Oh. Elite. That's the side stream. Elite sniper. Anyway, bye. I do love thinking things like, yeah, that's just a capsule of atoms here, why not? Hey buddy, are you okay? You're the new Tails! Happy New House. And what? Fucking claw off my trailer. It's time! Pizza trick! I just guess what the fuck plays like a race horse. Why did you shut this door? Oh. Through the window. Wow, I'm enjoying this video game. God, I'm dumb. Sorry, bud. Don't really want to deal with your shit. I'll be honest. Just so you know. There we go. Problem solved. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. What was that about the glitch making this game better? Because, it definitely... I clicked the... Oh my god, because MediaShare's got an audio source. I turned on the MediaShare audio and not my fucking microphone! Anyway, what you missed was me almost injuring myself doing push-ups. I will not be doing that again. Hello, I'm panicking. I'm desperately trying to set up shit. And I think I've set it so it does audio now. I think I've set up MediaShare. I'm genuinely unsure if this is fucking working. Every time I open the song request tab on oh, for fuck's sake, in Firefox, it loudly plays music at me. So at random, it seems. Okay, I'm gonna test this now. Hopefully, this should work for you as well. I'm not sure how, but I am desperately trying to get shit to work. It's a pain. Let's just... Hold on. Yeah, hopefully that's... You can see all of the things I'm dealing with in the background. Hold on, let's just, let's get a Doctor Who image. Sure. That's not an image. That's the entire page. Fucking... There, suffer with me. I have... Here's the thing, Nug. I explicitly have days where I do push-ups and days where I do squats. So, yeah. No. And I do exercise off-stream as well. If I remember to. I have severe depression right now. It's great. Where's the Donkey Kong rap? Hold on. Now, I'm going to attempt to put the Donkey Kong rap into my MediaShare playlist to see if it's working. Can you hear it? Okay, you can definitely... What do you mean desktop? Oh my god, I'm still playing the fucking... I forgot to turn off. But yeah, no, it's just... Ah!
You know him well. He's finally back.
Okay. You can hear it because it's just playing on the webpage. It's not playing on the widget I spent ages making. Fucking hell. Anyway, I guess that means that you can, audio alerts will work. That's enough of that. So audio alerts will work, but I guess nothing else will. Terrific. So I guess media share technically works. Technically. Oh, for fuck's sakes. It isn't showing anyone the fucking actual video, admittedly. Hold on, actually. Let's just briefly dig behind the scenes, see if I can set it up on Chrome so you can get it captured via that instead of my more private stuff. Hopefully this works. I don't mind you seeing all these numbers, you can probably find them out anyway. So the new view requests, when viewers request... Oh, apparently exclamation mark SR? Sure, that's a stream request. It stands for stream request. Oh, I'm adding... You know what? I'm going to open a new tab and I'm going to add that to the stream commands thing quick. Good job, Panda. But it's via when it is switched on. When it is switched on. This is busted as hell, to be clear. Okay, I will be adding that to the title quick, actually, because that is relevant information. Now, I use Chrome to capture. I use Firefox for all the other stuff on the stream, to be clear. I don't... Number one, understand that, like, every browser is Chrome now. But also, like, I'm just used to Chrome, so it's hard to break that habit. But I do use Firefox, usually when I'm actually doing something like where Chrome eating just all of my RAM is kind of important to avoid. The problem is, of course, I've already got the Chrome capture set up. It's a pain in the ass. I'm gonna... Hold on. I created a backup playlist. Hold on, show on stream. Has it... Okay, it's going to play this thing at you. Yes.
I'm a...
It keeps... Why do you keep muting automatically? I'm not doing anything. Why is it... It's just jumping. It's like I'm pressing the down key on the keyboard, but I'm not. What the fuck? Yeah, that's not showing up on stream, and it's automatic.
First, I'll give you a view of what media request.
Yeah, This is busted as shit. Oh my god, it blocks links. Oh no! Oh, Jesus Christ. No, please do. I mean, I'm trapped in the system already, but like, honestly, just, I don't know, man. This is busted as shit. You know, I'm gonna... Yeah, no, fuck, man, this is not working. I created a backup playlist, like, seconds before this, and it's broken already. Okay, I've decided on a new thing. It's called, I guess, fucking email me them all. I don't fucking know how to do this. Shitting hell. Now open the tab again. Is it working now? Why is my Chrome dropping so many fucking frames? I have the widget. I have the widget selected. It's visible on my screen. It's not showing up on the fucking screen. Is this page... Mute site. Unmute site.
And the media sharing tool. As you
can see me unmuting it, right?
Song requests come.
This is fucking awful. Panda, it's blocking your links. It can't see the links. Panda. Panda, would you like VIP? Panda, despite all my best instincts, I do trust you enough to give you VIP. That should hopefully let you post RIM, fucking everything. But... Wait, what? It can detect the links? Okay, the setting... Okay, hold on. I went through the settings for this already. I will do this on stream. The maximum is 3 minutes for free and 5 minutes for paid because I wanted there to be some difference. There is a key limit of 10. I put in a backup playlist. The maximum is 0. It should let both happen. I'm not seeing why this isn't working. The filters are switched off because I can just deal with it myself. This is only a just talking stream. What the fuck is causing this? Let's... Exempt user, or exempt from loyalty point costs and other limitations. Yeah, I'm not making anyone pay, so that should be everyone. Okay. And now it's doing audio at least, although it's really fucking loud. Okay.
Hi, I'm Kid Kerrigan. I'm a full-time streamer.
Yeah, I know. This is the video I was watching.
Color is this bar down here.
Yeah, it's still not appearing in the top corner.
Depends on the game you're playing, the type of...
Okay, if it's a video that matters, I'll swap back to this tab.
And in some links.
Yeah, I get you. Bye-bye. And then it tries to load nothing. Okay, I'm doing things. You understand? I already forgot to change the title. Why the fuck is my internet being so shit? Okay, it's time for me to do... Oh wait, no, I can't do that live on stream because it shows you. Sorry, internet speed text would have doxed me slightly, I believe. So I have to do that on another monitor. Okay. Yeah, the download speed is half what it usually is, and I'm not downloading anything. Like, I literally only have the default programs open. And the upload speed is fucking also half of what it usually is. What the fuck? Jesus. What's going on with my internet? Apparently my internet speed is quote-unquote fine. I think this is propaganda by people who don't give me fast enough internet. Welcome to the fucking stream. Welcome to hell. It's hell time, everybody. We're in fucking hell. Hold on. Okay. As far as I can tell, Windows is not downloading an update. I will be checking this quickly. Windows is it wants me to download an optional update, but it is not in fact updating right now. Jesus Christ, this is... Oh, I just want a Doctor Who. Fuck it. Hold on. Let's find one of the Doctor Who fan musicians and just chuck some of their music on. I think Dalekanium. I can't remember if they're the one I'm mutuals with on Twitter or not. But fuck it. Just let's live with my words and deeds. Okay, fucking hell. This took way too fucking long. Oh my god! Hold on, let me put on the face. There we go. That's a face. So I thought I wanted to do a Doctor Who thing because Doctor Who's my favourite thing ever. It's my hyperfixation. My avatar is literally wearing a 13th Doctor scarf all the time. You may have noticed. And instead of this being a quick, easy thing, this took 20 fucking minutes just to get to the bit where I try to look for Doctor Who quizzes on Tiermaker. It seems that the smartest... I will not be guaranteeing which of these I do until we click on them. But it seems like there's ones for, like... I think this is the way we might go about it, is rank all of the first Doctor stories, rank all of the second Doctor stories, that sort of thing. I will need to fiddle the tabs, because there will need to be an additional label added below a lot of these for I haven't fucking seen it. But I want to do Doctor Who opinions. You know? Some of them, the problem is that these quizzes are not authorized or really set up properly, or I did this one. I did which Doctor and companions could you beat in a fist fight. That was... But then you get things like incarnations of the Doctor. It's like, okay, so here's all of these. Where does Lenny Henry go on your tier list? What happens if you haven't read The Blue Angel and don't know why it's on this fucking image? Oh no, I've had that episode spoiled for me, I guess. It's... yeah. Should I set this to loop? I should not set this to loop. It's like, yeah, no. Like, some of these are non-canon. Some of these aren't not canon. Which one of these is the Greenaway Doctor? Does the Greenaway Doctor count as the same Doctor as the Merlin Doctor? Are either of them on here? Who's this dude? I don't know. There's a ginger man here. I've never seen him before in my fucking life. This is both too deep a cut and not explained enough for me to actually make anything of it, which is unfortunate. Because, you know, a list like this could be... Oh, wait, there's the Merlin Greenaway Doctor. No, you go... I'm putting you in there just because I'm not making choices. But, like, it's just like... Which... This isn't useful. It's Mitch. Mitch is S tier now. But... but yeah, you get what I mean, right? Let's use that's a good one. I will probably link the entirety of Dalekanium's channel in the thing. Hold on, it's how is Dalekanium about these stuff? I should more than happy to reuse, but do provide links to appropriate credit. Good, because Dalekanium's rad. Good remixes. Follow them on Twitter. They seem rad. They might follow me on Twitter. I'm not sure. I might be muddling them up with somebody else. Here we go. Poop. But yeah, like, I think the best way to do this would be like, there's a lot of Doctor Who stories, and I think these lists will probably only stick to televised things. That's probably for the best, because otherwise, this would be hell. I just want you to understand. Hell on fucking Earth. Okay, so I'm going to rate the first Doctor stories. This will get more interesting once you reach stories I know about, but the point of this is partly just to actually talk about things, work out which episodes I haven't watched yet. Speaking of which, Adaro Below, I don't know if don't remember is probably more accurate, because here's the thing, I had access to basically everything Doctor Who as a child because of my dad's DVD collection. So, in theory, I could have watched every DVD. I don't think I have. There are definitely some episodes that I haven't because my dad hasn't listened to them either. They're still in the plastic wrap. I keep asking him to let me. I desperately go, "Father, I wish to watch Power of the Daleks with you, Father." And Father never listens. Father will not let me listen to Evil of the Daleks. Father, let me! Okay. Unearthly Child's B tier. Look, the first episode of Unearthly Child, real good. Sets up the thing. It's great. Like, I forgo. No, this is fine. This works. Unearthly Child. The truth of the Unearthly Child is that it's quite the caveman stuff's kind of boring, and I barely remember it. But the first episode, the actual like first setup, that's solid as fuck. You have interesting character dynamics and stuff. The caveman stuff's just not that interesting though. Like, so overall it kind of gets dragged down. If it was just the first episode of Unearthly Child, easy. I'm trying to work out which one is this? Oh, that's one I haven't seen. That's Galaxy 4. Okay, these aren't in the correct order, by the way. Is that Marco Polo? I think that's Marco Polo. That's another one I haven't seen because it's only available as a recording now. Planet of the Giants. I think that's the one I remember. It's B. It's a B. It's like a fun concept, bit of a laugh. Nothing too special. The Ark? I think I'm gonna go A for the Ark, actually. Just on gut instinct. That's the one. That's kind of. Or back in these days, Doctor Who episodes were four episodes, generally speaking, or 4 or more episodes per serial or story. I'm using the term story because that's what the tier list is. But now the Ark is a fun one because it starts off as like they end up on a spaceship full of colonists. They have these like alien buds that are around helping them out, and they do an adventure and they leave. And then in the next 2 parts, they arrive again, and it turns out that the companion had a cold and killed all the fucking humans, basically, because they got her cold. And that's pretty rad. It's like, it adds a lot of questions about the world building of Doctor Who, because, my god, this should happen way more often. But, like, yeah, it's kind of neat. It's interesting. It's kind of 2 stories in one. Aztecs, A tier. I fucking love the Aztecs. That's one of my favorites, just in general. But, like, it's real good. I really love the Aztecs. Watch the Aztecs. Celestial Toymaker. I don't know if I've actually seen it. The problem with the Celestial Toymaker is that is a lost one. I've seen bits of the Celestial Toymaker. I know that that is the Doctor Who episode with the N-word in it. I know that it's been pointed out that that the Celestial part of the Celestial Toymaker might be bad about the racism in general. It's a really cool concept. I love the concept of the Toymaker. I wish that he wasn't a weird Fu Manchu stereotype. I understand why people mostly refer to him as the Toymaker rather than the Celestial Toymaker at this point, because even if it's a coincidence that the whole Celestial thing is gross, honestly. But, like, it's a shame that such a cool concept is kind of tarnished by him actually saying the N-word on screen. For fuck's sakes! I know it's in a nursery rhyme that was common at the time, but my god, the 60s! I'm not forgiving you. Oh shit, I forgot to do a thing. I was going to say before this, BBC have some problems with transphobia in their news broadcasting right now. I would not be willing to do this if I did not acknowledge that, yeah, that shit sucks. That shit sucks, okay? The transphobia, that's bad. I'm trans. Don't be transphobic. Please be better. As much as I love Doctor Who, I am not forgiving the BBC of its crimes. And I know that the Doctor Who production team probably don't stand for that. They are probably not much to do with the news department. I want to acknowledge this. But also, I can't leave it unchallenged. It's very important that I don't, you know? That's... Hold on, is that... Okay, this is the Daleks. I don't remember a lot of the Daleks. It's long. I think I remember the movie, the Peter Cushing movie versions more, but I'm going to put it in A, literally just because I know that it is the episode that meant that the Daleks existed. It is the episode, it is the story that meant that Doctor Who would not still be going if the Daleks hadn't aired after An Unearthly Child. Just straight up, that's kind of undeniable. The Daleks are what kept this show going. I say as the Dalek music plays in the background, of course. Speaking of which, I think the chase is going in B tier. It's a bit of a weird one. Because it's like, Jesus Christ, that is an emote and a fucking half. The chase is a mess. It has cool ideas, and it basically bounces from idea to idea. Basically at random, it's kind of goofy and weird, but it's enjoyable. None of it is painful or bad, and it's a pretty, and ultimately it's not a bad send-off for Ian and Barbara as characters in the end. There have been worse episodes, shall we? Oh god, Edge of Destruction. Oh, I love the Edge of Destruction. I think it's low S tier, high A. In terms of first Doctor stories, I'm going to actually put it S tier. Edge of Destruction's great. They needed to fill the gap between their big Marco Polo epic and the 6-part Dalek epic they'd just done. So, this is an episode where they're just stuck in the TARDIS going crazy. This is the third story in this television show. It's actually great. I'm fairly sure that Susan almost stabbed someone at one point. A+, amazing, love it. What's this one? I'm having to look close at them to see which ones they are. Is that the Massacre? I think to be fair, if it's an audio only one, I probably have not seen it, is the truth of it. I don't think I've heard that one. Yeah, Mythmakers I haven't had access to ever. Jesus Christ, that is an emotion, huh? An emote. Emotes, you have powerful emotes, good job. Dalek Invasion of Earth, A tier. S tier even, there. That one is one of the iconic episodes. There are so many iconic moments. It's long, but it's good. And again, I do muddle it up with the movie version in my head a lot. because that was another one that got adapted into a like Peter Cushing movie. But like, it's real good. Like, it's one of the best ones. Which one is this one? Is that the Daleks' master plan? Because that's a lost one. I think. The Daleks' master plan is a whole fucking... I think this one's the Daleks' master plan? Yeah, I can see Chesterton on it. Again, it's one which just isn't accessible. Jesus. Fucking hell. Now, your power is immense. Okay, he is, the gunfighters. It's a mess, but it's an enjoyable mess. Oh, I'm gonna put it in C. It's not... You know what, I'm just changing... I think I'm gonna do... I'm gonna do an additional one, okay? At or above you, okay? Okay, so I've got F derogatory and F complimentary. That is not how you spell complimentary. Okay. I think this covers it. I think that's it. It's like, it's a weird mess of an episode, but what's there is fun, honestly. I enjoyed it. It's not good. Is this... God, this is making me realise how few... Like, I don't remember... I'm fairly sure I watched The Rescue, but I remember nothing of it. I kind of want to give it an honorary, like, A tier, because it's the... I know that it is the story in which the monster turns out to actually be a dude in a rubber mask, which is... Mwah! Chef's kiss. But the problem is, I genuinely don't remember if I've watched it or not, which is a shame. Web Planet, C tier, it's just kind of boring. Like, I just didn't really enjoy it that much. Cool Bugs, I think I fell asleep. I still don't recognise which Dalek story this is. Is this Master Plan? Hold on, let's just... It is the Master Plan, hey! I guess they remade it, huh? Like, this is... Oh no, it's literally just they made a cool thing for this... The thing. Okay. So I'm fairly sure I read the second half of this as a kid. It has some iconic moments. It's rad. It is a beloved story for a reason. I don't remember enough about the televised version to put it on the list, in my opinion. Again, this is gonna... I'm realising, looking at this, that, like... Fuck, there's a lot of missing Doctor Who, huh? Romans... I feel like Romans might be F-tier complimentary again. Like, okay. The Romans is really, really fun. It's goofy nonsense. The Doctor acts really weird in it. The historical figures are weird. Other than Caesar being a... I don't know. No, you know what? I think I am going to put it in B. I think that's I think it is trying to be that, so it's hard to criticize it for doing what it wants to do. But, like, it isn't good. Exactly. It's a mess, right? Oh yeah, 100% Nug. Like, I am very passionate about media preservation because of Doctor Who, right? Like, so much of Doctor Who is just, like, gone. It's just gone, right? It's just like, yeah. Buy a massive chunk of history. I never get to see you again, I guess. Just... It's sad. Just a lot of this stuff is... You'll have this problem when it comes to the you'll also have this issue when it comes to the second Doctor, where a lot of it is just missing. It's not finished. It's just gone. Anyway, 10th planet I just noticed. A tier. It's a pretty good story. It's pretty solid. It's the first Doctor's last episode, and it's the introduction of the Cybermen. It's pretty great. The problem is I don't think I've seen that one either. I don't remember it. Time Meddler, is it B or is it C? See, the Monk's great, but the story itself is kind of just like, eh. And also there is the running current of like, the bad guys if you think the Vikings are going to do horrible things to the people that you meet within the story, you're correct. But they kind of have to keep time on track for that to happen. And that isn't really addressed by the story. So yeah, I think that's C. Kind of where we're at with that. Space Museum's a B. Again, just got the running. It's got the first episode really, really solid. Cool, sets up a cool concept. And then the rest of it's kind of just like there. I don't remember it. I just don't remember any of the flipping. Oh, it's Keys of Marinus. That's what this one is. I just recognised the Vord. And by recognise, I mean know that I haven't watched the Keys of Marinus. It's another one that was just so fucking long that I just never got around to it. Sensorites. It's C tier. It's C tier. Interesting story, cool concepts, some standout set pieces, but it just drags. It just keeps going for too long. Unfortunately. That's the Smugglers. That's another one that I haven't been able. That's another lost one that I haven't been able to see or see the recreation of. War Machine's A tier. That one is one of the ones which is okay. I think it would be S tier if it handled some of the elements better, basically, is the War Machines' problem. Dodo just sort of gets brainwashed and then isn't there again. The Doctor just sort of leaves a companion behind without even thinking about her or going to say goodbye. She's just sort of left. That's never really addressed. It's one of the worst companions leaving incidents that has happened basically ever. The Doctor just swans off with some cool new companions because people didn't like Dodo, I guess. Not really. I mean, to be fair, she's the worst first Doctor companion that I can think of off the top of my head. But like that doesn't really justify it. Nug. The Vast Marauder, you're allowed opinions. I'm not allowed to say that you're wrong. Flash and Marauder are a really good one, though. They are a real cool monster. What does presentation mode do? Uh-oh. Oh, okay. So, can I still move it around? Yeah, I can. Okay. So I'm just gonna lock them in once I'm done with them, I guess. And also, then I'm going to... I cannot play Black Parade on stream. YouTube, please understand. Okay. Is there a second Doctor? Where's the second Doctor list? Must be a second. This is just called the Second Doctor. I'm not sure if it will be consistent, but... Okay, this is a different tier, but does presentation mode? Yes, there we go. This one's tricky because they've done it as screenshots of the episodes rather than actually showing me them, which is gonna annoy me. I'm gonna find a different one actually if I can. There's also a lot of tier lists that are just like, I'm going to predict the 14th Doctor, which is, thanks mate, not useful. And someone was doing these by seasons as well. Death Battle, sure. but I just want to see the second Doctor stories. I know a lot of them are going to be missing, but it's like... There we go. There's the second Doctor story one. This one has names. Thank you. Thank you so much for letting me enjoy my hell. But I will be adding a terrible complimentary button again. This will probably be a running theme. Anyway, Highland... Oh, and I haven't seen as well. One of those two. Please let me just... Oh, that's terrible. That's not visible. Let me grey then. Right. Highlanders haven't seen. That's, I think, a lost one. Moonbase, I cannot remember how much... I think I've seen the Moonbase. I don't remember it, so I'm just going to put in OK. Because I don't... Power of the Daleks, I remember seeing Power of the Daleks and enjoying it, I think. War Games, absolute classic. It's long, but it's like... I know I love it. I don't know why. Space Pirates, I don't remember. Croton's terrible complimentary. They did this multiple times, if I can find the Dominators as well. Yep. Dominators, the Crotons. They did 2 separate enemies because the Daleks were... You know, I'm going to turn this down a bit, sorry. This is a bit louder for me than it is for you. Oh, and now you end? Are you... Of course. But the Crotons and the Dominators are both stories where they've brought in these little robots that are like, we're going to replace the Daleks. We're going to find the new Dalek, right? It's new Dalek time. These are the Dalek now. Daleks, they're the Daleks now because Terry Nation owns the rights to the Daleks and we don't want to pay him to have to write all the scripts. Didn't work out, did it? You still hear about the Quarks? Okay, apparently Panda has actually requested a thing. Is it gonna work? Is it gonna work? Is it gonna work?
We may not be in a position of power.
Okay, is this a... Panda, is this a... This is an interview thing. I can't... I'm thinking... Sorry, Panda, it's like music, please. But... I can't talk over another man talking. I'm sorry. Somebody else talking. What? I'm not a man, I'm a Zoe. We've established this. It's... Okay, also I'm gonna sort of make a tab of the other ones. You didn't even mean to link that! Panta, no! God damn it. Okay, Macroterra, this is a... The problem with the Macroterra is it's an absolute classic, but with the stipulation, and this is very important, that I watched the reanimated version where they made the Macro, like, fucking massive. Like, the original props probably do not sell the potential of that story as well as it deserves. And the reanimated version actually makes it cooler, which is, let's be honest, kind of rare with reanimating Doctor Who stories. But, like, just understand that, right? That wasn't the same link? What the fuck? So the queue is just not working. I'm gonna turn it off. And just we're giving up on that, I'm afraid, because it's just not working. I'm sorry. I wish it was. Fury from the Deep. Another one which is like real good. Again, watch the reanimated version. Really enjoyed it. Fury from the Deep's Fury from the Deep fucking slaps. Invasion, I definitely think I've watched The Invasion, but I don't remember a damn thing about it. I just don't remember a thing. What the fucking course. Evil of the Daleks, I beg Father to let me open his DVD all the time. It does not let me. Mind Robber, great. This one's real fun. I'm gonna put Moonbase in good. I have fond memories of it. Actually, you know what? I probably should drop those two to great rather than I guess. It's hard. It's hard making decisions. They gave me too many tiers. They're making me think. Anyway, Mind Robber, I think that one's good. It's a bit of a laugh. It's like it's they get trapped in a fiction universe. I watched it a lot as a kid. I had real fun with it. You know what? You're going into great, and I'm being more generous to everyone. Fight me. Tomb of the Cybermen's one of my absolute favorite episodes of all time. I love it. It's fucking great. Please watch this story. It's great. Please. It has some flaws. I'm not going to say it's flawless. But, I goddamn love it. I have watched the Underwater Memes as a child. Don't remember a damn thing that happens in it. Web of Fear, I remember that being good. I also barely remember it, to be fair. And I might be... am I muddling it up with... Oh yeah, Abominable Snowman is the one I didn't see, and Web of Fear is the one I did. I enjoyed Web of Fear quite a lot. Don't really remember much about it. Enemy of the World, God, I really loved Enemy of the World as well. Shit, there's too many good ones. You're monsters, I tell you. Monsters. Actually, no, I'm going to drop Enemy of the World to great because it does go on a bit too long, I feel. I don't remember enough about Wheel in Space. Off the top. Wait, did I see... Am I muddling up Wheel in Space and the Moonbase? I'm dropping Moonbase to okay. I cannot remember whether I don't think I've seen Wheel in Space. Let me. And I can't remember if I've seen Seeds of Death either. Flippin'. I think I have. The moon is in space, Panda. Good job. It's also an egg. Ignore how this contradicts every other story in which the moon appears. The moon is an egg now. 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 Faceless Ones. That's pretty good. I enjoyed that. I think I'm going to go good with Faceless Ones. I don't know. No, Panda. Once the egg hatched, it instantly laid a new egg. The moon is an egg now. Ice Warriors, I remember enjoying, but I can't really say more than... So, okay, so basically we've discovered that even the Second Doctor stories I don't like are terrible complimentary. Terrific. Okay. Time to move that over into the archives. And move on to the Third Doctor. I think the Third Doctor has more stories, if I remember correctly. It's hard to tell with these things. I should also make sure to just, Oh, for Pete's sake, there was a Second Doctor story as one on the first tab. Second, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh. You're a better seventh, probably. I'm just opening them up. Eighth Doctor's going to be a confusing one as well, because no televised stories is a problem to work with. Yeah, this works. Good. Now, I should have actually seen most of these, which will help. But I do still need to go in and add some additional rows. Bad. Compliment. And unseen. Okie dokie. Now to see how much I remember about watching most of these. Spearhead from Space. A tier for nostalgia reasons, honestly. That's one of the ones I watched a lot. Three Doctors, S tier. I don't care. I don't care if it's like kind of... Three Doctors is kind of overrated, but also I love it, so fight me. Invasion of the Dinosaurs? I know I've seen that, but I do not remember a damn thing about it. I think maybe I just forget all the bad episodes? This might be what happened to my brain. That's the Time Warrior. That's the first Sontaran one. I'm gonna C tier. Sarah Jane hasn't come into her own as a character yet. The Sontaran's really rad, but like... Panda, you're correct, but also... There's so many masters between the... Look, Panda, do we want to talk about masters? Do we want to throw a master tier list in? Because there will be... There'll have to be one, right? Hold on. I'm not gonna watch this. Master Stories, 12th Portrayals of the Master. Here we go. Now here becomes the problem, you see. Because there's quite a lot of them. Right? You're noticing. Now I just need to add Televised Master. Televised Master. Televised Master. Technically a Televised Master. Televised Master. Televised Master. Televised Master. So... These are the ones who actually appeared on TV as the Master. Here, this is the Audio Master. This is the Lumiat, who is to the Master what the Valiard is to the Doctor. This is a transphobe. This is another transphobe, but less so. And this is a child. Yeah, looms don't exist anymore, remember this. I mean, maybe they do, I'm not sure. Also, they've separated the two Crispy Masters, who are technically supposed to be the same incarnation, which gets confusing. It's a lot, there's a lot of things. But yeah, so I could do this, right? I could do the rating the masters list. The problem is most of them would be in top tier because there's very few masters who are like bad, right? Like Dreyfus goes in mediocre, not just because he's a transphobic piece of shit, which he is. Like, but also he's just doing an impression of the much better Robert Delgado, who goes in Masterful because he originated the role. Actually, to be fair, I think Stella. He's real good, but I'm not as in love with his performance as with others, you know? Like, also there's this factor where, like, technically these two are the same incarnation, right? This is Milo Parker. He was basically what they did to recast Dreyfus after they realized that Dreyfus kept being transphobic on Twitter.com. And you know what? This kid fucking slaps. He's great. This kid is fucking amazing, right? Like, Milo Parker, mwah, hope he comes back to the role at some point. Like, but he is actually better than the dude who he is imitating. He is doing a better master than Dreyfus is in his own incarnation. Dreyfus is just mediocre. His concept is more interesting than his performance. Like, genuinely, like, he's not, like, again, mediocre is the worst you can say of any master, really. Like, I think Lumiat's solid. She's interesting, but she doesn't show up that much. Wan goes there. Missy goes there. I think You know what? Sim goes to Fantastic because his incarnation just varies so much. Honestly, same with Anthony Ainley. He is great fun. He's a right laugh. I love him. Actually, Stella. You know what? I actually even enjoy this dude, Master. And I can't remember which of these is Jeffrey Beavers and which isn't. There's one of them's just I think that's the Deadly Assassin one. I can't remember his actor's name. He did not come back to the part, so they recast him as Jeffrey Beavers, who is fucking amazing. Love Jeffrey Beavers. We stand Jeffrey Beavers in this house. Also, yeah, there we go. You know what? There's an ad break coming, but I'm just gonna keep going. I need to get my master opinions out. Understand this. Understand where we are in this house. This one is... You know what? I'm gonna give this kid higher than him out of spite. Like, this kid didn't even get a line, but, like, he is really staring into the void. You can tell in his one scene. He be staring. Which, oh my god, that technically makes this kid and Dreyfus the same incarnation. Fucking hell. Yeah, I'm going to presentation. Gatiss. I'm not massive on Mark Gatiss. He's honestly, the stuff he's a pretty middle of the road master, but he's not bad, honestly. Like, he's a fun master. And similarly, Alex McQueen, he's kind of pushing it up a bit, I think. Like, you know what? Let's actually order those. He's again one where the concept is kind of better than the actor in some regards. It's not that he's bad by any means. I put him in fucking Fantastic. But, like, I'm sorry, it's just dawned on me that this is the funniest thing I've ever done. I'm putting that in shitposting on my server quick. Hold on. Oh. Oh, that's fucking... There we go. Sure. This isn't even one of the ones I'm supposed to be doing right now. I just fucking decided. And I'm sure... Here's the thing. There's probably other masters as well. Like, you could argue that Mark Gatiss is kind of potentially playing several incarnations over the course of the Unbound stuff that he does. Which is also confusing because, like, this isn't a separate incarnation of this master. He's a parallel universe version. And then you get into confusing things like the Lumiat, which, like, is maybe technically the in-between incarnation between Missy and Sasha Jawan Master. Maybe, because the thing is that story was written before Sasha Jawan's Master existed. And also me even mentioning this is kind of a spoiler for that story, I guess. Sorry. It's like, yeah, like, there's so much. Ah! It's too much. It's too much. Too much. You know what? I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna do it. I'm archiving it. It's going in my archive box. In you go, buddy. Back to the third Dr. Tierlist that I was supposed to be fucking doing this whole time. Son of a bitch. Hold on, where's a... I need music that can just keep playing is the problem. That's kind of the problem, is I need music that keeps playing. So I tried to open VLC and it just said that it crashed as soon as I opened it. That's... Yes. Take the bug report, buddy. It's just fine. Okay, my music. This is going to be risky because things are a pain in the ass, but I'm fairly sure they won't care about me playing music from the Third Doctor era that much. Maybe they will care. But also, I've decided I'm just... Fuck it, man. If this gets copyright struck, it gets copyright struck at this point. There we go. Just get it playing the 50th anniversary soundtrack album I have. Fuck it. I barely remember Day of the Daleks. I've watched that, I think. That is the problem of Third Doctor Dalek stories. It's around the point that they started letting people other than Terry Nation write Dalek stories for a little bit, and I muddled them up because they're completely different stories, but I just muddle them. Right, like Day of the Daleks, I think, is the one that's on Earth. Planet of the Daleks is the one with Joe Grant, and Death of the Daleks is the one with Elizabeth Sladen? The problem is they're just... The Planet of the Daleks and Death of the Daleks kind of just merged together in my brain. One of them has the Exelians, and one of them has invisible people, and I can never remember which way round it is. I mean, they're both fine, honestly. The truth is, they're both just fine stories. Like, all the Dalek stories, they're fine. Like, there's cool Dalek designs, they're fun, they're not bad. Actually, B. All of these should be B, really. But it's just sort of like, they're just sort of fine. You know? Lords of Axos goes A tier. There's some problems, most notably that, like, it barely feels like Joe Grant does anything. Like, come on. Joe deserves better. But, it's pretty fun. I've seen The Time Monster. I do not remember enough about it to put it higher than C tier. Frontier in Space, similarly, it's just like... These are some of the ones I saw in when they were doing a, like, live stream of all the episodes, like, years ago on Twitch. And, my brain just can't remember them. I just can't remember shit. Like, I don't remember enough about what happened to them. Damon's S tier. By the way, that's the one with evil Morris dancers. Inferno S tier. That one that sort of burned to my mind as a really good one. Green Death. Wait a minute. Is Frontier in Space and Colony in Space? I can't remember if Colony in Space and Frontier in Space are the... I don't remember which of Colony in Space and Frontier in Space I'm thinking of, because they're both space stories with the Master in them. Mind of Evil, I guess that's a C. I really don't remember what happens in it. Similarly with the mutants, just sort of, there's just a bit of a mush. There's a sort of a mush zone, right? Where I don't really remember what's going on. I cannot read what the text on that one is. Oh, it's the Monster of Peladon. Okay, so that's Monster of Peladon, that's Curse of Peladon. Okay. You know what? Solid B. It's pretty fun, and Curse of Peladon similarly. It's just like... They just do it again. I don't really remember much about it. Maybe drops Curse to C, I'm not sure. Peladon is a metaphor for why joining the European Union is good. And you know what? Nobody watched it in the UK, I guess. Anyway. Planet of Spiders. Oh, that's a good one. A tier. Mostly because at least one episode is literally just a giant James Bond chase. Because they didn't have anything else to do in it. It's a pretty good one. Also, it is held back by the yellow face, I feel. Like, it's uncomfortable as fuck. I'm not gonna lie. It's pretty uncomfortable in a role that they really should just given to an Asian actor. Like, gee, like literally they have an Asian actor as one of the Asian characters and don't for the other, I think. Or maybe they just didn't yellow face one of the dudes as much. I can't remember which it is at this point. Carnival of Monsters an A. That's actually, you know what? Maybe even an S. Yeah, you know what? Carnival of Monsters an S. Fuck it. It's good. It's fun. I like it. All I need to do is like it, really. Sea Devils. I barely remember what happens in the Sea Devils. I barely remember what happens. Yeah, I've seen it. I must have seen the Sea Devils, right? I don't remember it. Like I definitely watched the Silurians because it's like 7. It's so fucking long. The Silurians is like fucking 6, 8 episodes or something. It's so goddamn long. I was exhausted by it by the end. Like, it's a good concept. I've been watching you for like a fucking week. Please. My children need me. Anyway, Terror of the Autons is... I think Terror of the Autons going A tier, actually. I think I might need to do a tier shift. I might... Yeah, if I... Yeah, I think that's a bit of a... I've just sort of widened the margin because... I don't remember what happens in the Ambassadors of Death, so I'm just going to do it as a C tier, because it's not bad enough to be memorable, but it's not good enough to be bad to mention. Right? I've tried, okay? Look, there's so much of this show. I'm going to end up rushing bits of this, because otherwise we're going to be here all fucking day, right? There's so much, right? We're not halfway through yet. This is not half of the show that I've covered so far. On a whim. This wasn't like a plan. I just went, fuck, man, I need to... Oh my god, the Tom Baker era is going to take so goddamn long, isn't it? Anyway. Is the opening still going? Oh my god, I set it to repeat 1 rather than... Anyway, we're gonna skip to the 4th Doctor era. Jesus Christ. Let's try and do these in the correct order this time, huh? What if I did that? What if I did them in the correct fucking order? Wouldn't that be rad? I'm not gonna be able to, am I? Robot B tier. Fun elements, it's fine. I barely remember what happens. But then we go into one of the most solid arcs of the whole thing, because the second episode is Arc in Space, which is... I don't know if it's A tier or S tier. It's gonna be hard. You know what? I'm gonna make hard decisions. Arc in Space is an A tier, elevated to an S tier by the fact that the villain is Bubble Wrap. Like, you should never deny that this is just like, Bubble Wrap is here. It is the enemy. I'm trying to remember. I'm trying to do these in order from memory. So if I fuck it up, call me out on Twitter. Please do not call me out on Twitter. That would be rude. Please talk to me about your problems. The Sontaran experiment is next, I think. Yeah, Sontaran experiment is C. It's a nothing episode. There's a Sontaran, they mill around in a quarry for a bit. I don't remember what fucking happens. I don't remember the plot. Yeah, no, I'm gonna... I will show you the Ark in Space bubble wrap. To save on money, in this era of TV not being HD yet, they just covered this man in bubble wrap to represent him getting infected by an alien parasite. Now, bubble wrap was newer at the time. It was not as well known that bubble wrap existed, right? This is not the worst special effect to ever happen on Doctor Who by any means. Like, they coloured it green, right? This it's not like they just wrapped a dude in bubble wrap. They did some more stuff, but like, at the end of the day, it is deadly bubble wrap. You cannot deny the deadly bubble wrap, right? I mean, you can, but you'd be wrong. Anyway, Genesis of the Daleks is like another tough one. S tier, but a bit long for its own liking. Like, the really amazing moments in Genesis kind of make up for the slightly less, for it being kind of long and a bit of a pain to follow, to watch all of at one sitting at this point. Like, I hate that things being long is one of the things I have the most issues with in Doctor Who, because that's not really entirely fair. Like, but also it's just like, some of these things are so fucking long, man. Some of them are so long. But Genesis is a fucking classic. Like, it is well loved for a reason. And, it's why every Dalek story from this part on is heavily focused on Davros. Because I guess they forgot how to write interesting Dalek stories until the modern series, if they didn't involve Davros in even the slightest way. Okay, have a nice night, Nug. Enjoy yourself. Thank you for coming along. Nice to see you. How do I... Where's the next one? Also, this will all be on the VOD. Probably. Hopefully. I mean, the VOD might be heavily covered in adverts because I use Doctor Who music, but, I've given up at this point and appeasing YouTube to a degree. Like, they are not the best for that. Oh, here's Revenge of the Cybermen. Here's the time for my hot take. The hottest of takes. I didn't really like this one. I found it a bit boring. Well, actually, no, D tier's a bit harsh, considering what is to come, but it's another one where it's just like, the Cybermen are just there. They're not exploring why they're cool, and the Cybermats look weird, and it's like, it's just not the best. It's just not the best. Here's the bit where I forget what order the episodes are in, because this lot are quite a nice arc, right? Like, literally, the Ark in Space, the Sontaran Experiment, Revenge of the Cybermen are all based around the same location, which is the Nerva Beacon. I'm remembering the correct name for it. I might be the wrong thing, but it's just like they just keep coming back to this beacon. They've kept coming back to it in other media, in other spin-off media as well, because people sure do like that beacon. I guess. Yeah, what the next one is. Because Harry Sullivan is an imbecile, and he's still around at this point. I'm trying to remember what... I think the next one's the one where Harry Sullivan fucks off. I cannot remember. Was it Seeds of Doom next? Hey, hold on. Seeds of Doom, you go there. I will remember the order that things happen in. Which one's... I don't recognise which one that is. I also don't remember when the image of the Fendel happens at all. Bloody hell, I'm a dumbass. I'm a fucking fool. Relation of time. Hold on, I'm gonna... My brain's... You know what, I'm giving up on doing these in order. Seeds of Doom, I barely remember what happens in it. I'm gonna just B tier if I don't remember much about it. Full Circle, B, C. Let's give it a C. State of Decay, you go up to B for having vampires in you. Honestly, it's mostly just that I like vampires that's got that to B tier. Horror of Fang Rock, one of my favourites, S tier. City of Death, literally watched it today, S tier. Hand of Fear, A tier? I'm gonna go A tier. Has some weird stuff with gender. Planet of Evil, I'm just gonna make a I don't remember tag. Hold on. This is hurting my brain. Ah, my brain. I need that for thinking. I don't remember, my brain is melting. This is the tab we're on. Sunmakers, again, I must have watched the Sunmakers at some point. Look at this fucking guy's eyebrows, which you can barely see on your screen. You know what, I'm gonna... Like, look at this dude's eyebrows. You telling me I didn't watch this? False. I must have watched this at some point. I don't remember watching it in the slightest. Not a fucking clue. Pyramids of Mars, S tier. Admittedly, I want to say, actually, it's probably more of an A tier if I'm honest with myself. Pyramids of Mars is one of my favourites, partly because of my minor... Pyramids of Mars has the problem that a lot of stuff about Egyptian culture has, in that it's kind of shitty and racist to actual Egyptian people, if you think about it too much. And you should, because that's part of the legacy of colonialism, and I try not to do that. But also, I'm a basic bitch, and I like Egypt-looking stuff a lot, is the problem, right? And this is one of those series that's like, yeah, aliens affected ancient Egypt. By being their gods. It's not, in this one, it's not entirely clear how much they affected it and how much they just blended into an existing Earth culture that was kind of advanced. Anyway, they don't go Sutek built the pyramids explicitly, if I remember correctly. But, like... They certainly do things. They certainly... And the truth is... And I love Sutek, but he is a boring villain in a lot of ways. And it's an A tier. It's an A tier I love more than several of the other A tier episodes. If that makes sense. And now I've reached the point where I can't read them. Leisure Hive, you're a... Honestly, you're a B tier just for the bit where the Doctor gets fucking murked briefly. My opinions are very, very solid. I don't actually remember how much of Underworld I've watched, but that is the one where a whole episode is filmed on green screens. Terror of the Zygons. Oh. Hot take, I think they could have done more interesting things with the Zygons. It's a good episode, but like... It's like, you kind of know who is a Zygon and who isn't the whole time. They don't really do much with the potential for anyone could be a Zygon, right? Like, but in this, it's just sort of like, yeah, no, I know who the Zygon is already. And they don't really do much with that. Also, the Zygons are kind of like... There's a reason I'm very for the modern series going, okay, the Zygons have a point, they probably should be allowed to be refugees. Because in this, they're just kind of like slimy, nasty invader boys. And then... But they're refugees. They're from the start, their planet has been destroyed. They have nowhere to go. Like, they look gross. They've got, like, weird biotech, and they aren't being nice, but they're still kind of... They got a point, right? The Zygons were not in Torchwood. Honestly, I think Torchwood would have done interesting things with Zygons, but I guess they wanted to stick to more original stuff. Horns of Nymon, I think... D-complimentary, I guess? All I remember of Horns of Nymon is those fucking dudes on stilts. Hold on. I will demonstrate. What I remember of the Horns of Nymon is that the Nymon look like they're gonna fucking fall over at any second in every single shot they're in. Just all of them. These poor actors. And it just... There's an interesting concept there, I think, but like... They're just... It's bad. It ain't that good. The Nymon should form a glam rock band, honestly. Just... Invasion of Time I zonked out during, but it's like, eh. To be fair, honestly, I do not remember a damn thing that happened. God, did Torchwood do that? I mean, they did do a Zygon War on Terra Metaphor thing, and it was, mixed at best. Like, there's genuinely good bits in that episode, but, like, it's still kind of not entirely cool. You know? What's Gua? Sorry, Panda? I might be... You might be a bit behind me because of the dropped frames, I'm afraid. I'm sorry. Deliberately streaming something easy to stream, and yet... what the I cannot make out what this one is. It's not Megalos. It's... You know... Okay, I've never heard of them, Panda, sorry. Face of Evil's A tier. Let's get that one out of the way. Deadly Assassin, AOP. I think B tier, really, because a lot of it's just milling around, and the ultimate plot is kind of like, why is the Master motivated like this? Oh god, Destiny of the Daleks. I really don't like Destiny of the Daleks. It's Terry Nation's last story, if I remember correctly, and it is just... It's... Oh wait, no, or was it one that Douglas Adams heavily edited? But to its detriment, rather than to its strength, like most things Douglas Adams did. Yeah, Destiny is rough. It's kind of rough. They're cold. Okay, fair enough. Yeah, we're gonna get into some territory at some point here. Braid of Morbius. B or A? Panda, you're thinking of you are thinking of a 7th Doctor story, which I'm already going to just take and put into Absolute Classic, called Remembrance of the Daleks. It's one of the only classic series Dalek stories that barely features Davros, and as a result is better than all of the others, because it actually focuses on what the Daleks are, rather than them just being the guys that Davros hangs out with. I like Davros. Davros is a really good character. Also, there should be Dalek stories without Davros in them. Davros is its own splinter of Dalek stuff at this point, right? Destiny of the Daleks is basically like Davros basically dies at the end of Genesis. So Destiny of the Daleks is them going, he comes back to life now. Also, the Mavelians are here. They wear metal dreadlocks at all times. I'm not keen on the Mavelians. The modern series has only actually done one story that is a Davros story. Because Davros is in the End of Time, was it End of... No, it wasn't End of Time, it was, one that ends in Journey's End, the Donna's last episodes. Davros is in that, but he's basically there to be like, I'm back to life. He's cool, he does some interesting dialogue, but really that is a Dalek story at its core. Meanwhile, the Magician's Apprentice and the Witch's Familiar, the 12th Doctor stories, are actually a character piece on Davros. The Daleks are there. The Daleks are a threat, but it is a story about Davros, not about the Daleks. And that is kind of the problem with a lot of them, because Daleks are kind of just nasty little fascist boys. And you can do a lot of stories with that. There have been many Dalek stories told. But they kind of idled for a bit in the Third Doctor era, because they were just... It's time for him to fight them again. He's going to fight the Daleks again. He'll stop the Daleks and then we're done. And Davros gives you a character to bounce off. And and he is evil and he is an interesting character. But also that means that the Daleks kind of take the backseat in their own stories for most of 80s Doctor Who. And honestly, the last part of 70s Doctor Who as well, because Davros ain't... Because Destiny of the Daleks is a Davros story. Genesis is a Davros story, but it actually has a much better balance with the Daleks themselves. Weirdly, because Davros is the key villain in that. But somehow it feels like more of a Dalek story than every other Davros story somehow. Sorry, I'm rambling rather than dealing with where Nightmare of Eden could go. I don't remember a damn thing about Nightmare of Eden, I'll be honest with you. This is getting to the point in the Fourth Doctor era where I would watch occasional Doctor Who stories from this era, but and for example, Sharda is a goddamn S tier. It didn't even get finished, it's an S tier, fight me. I definitely watched the Warriors Gate. I don't remember much of that. B or C? Let's go C. I don't remember enough of it. What the fuck is playing in the audio tab at this point? Apparently music from the Seeds of Doom? Okay, sure. But it's a lot of it, but then the key to time stuff just kind of mostly blends together in my brain. And a lot of it, and that's a whole season, you know? So, what am I even doing? Is that Wait a minute, is that the Stones of Blood? Hold on. I think Invisible Enemies B, I barely remember it, but it's... Oh, wait, no, wait. Yeah, that is a B. But I remember it now. Because the enemy isn't actually invisible, they're just microscopic. But it's pretty rad. There's Stones of Blood. I'm gonna... Robots of Death and S tier. It's literally just an Agatha Christie story with robots. It's great. I don't remember enough about Megalos. He's a plant man. Image of the Felon Doll. I don't remember. Creature from the Pit. I've seen Creature from the Pit. I know it because it has the actress who played Barbara in it. I don't remember a damn thing about it. Ugh. Mask of Mandragora, that's a solid A, I'd say. Yeah, solid A for Mask of Mandragora. I don't recognise which ones these are. Legopolis, I think. Maybe. I think. B. I think B. I'll maybe regret that. Oh, Towns of Wen Chiang. Okay. This is gonna be a hard one to place. Towns of Wen Chiang is a really fun story. It is also just one of the most unbearably racist things you will ever see in the entirety of Doctor Who. Including the 60s, where I've already mentioned there was a canonical N-word. So, The Towns of Wenchang has many Asian actors, many Chinese actors in it. The main Chinese character, the core villain, is played by a man in yellowface. There is also the Peking Homunculus, a caricaturesque person. They are played by a person with dwarfism. They are supposedly a doll. They also feel racist. Also, there's a lot of like Fu Manchu things. The Doctor usually, if there was a story where it was in a time period where racism was a thing, either the Doctor or the companion would kind of poke fun at that a bit more, make it kind of clear, right, that that's not cool behaviour. But in this one, the Doctor just kind of goes along with it, and the companion is Leela, who was established in the face of evil and is basically a cave woman. She's basically a cave woman. I love Leela. She is great. She cannot be an audience surrogate in the same way most companions can, because she doesn't understand jack shit. She calls the police blue guards, and her first solution to most problems is to stab it. This makes her great for most stories. It means that she cannot challenge racism, because she does not have a concept of racism within this time period. This really holds back a story which it has a really cool villain, giant rats in the sewers, and two characters that are so good, called Jago, Henry Gordon Jago and Professor Harold Lightfoot, who are so good that they got their own spin-off, even though they only meet in the last episode. And it's great! That spin-off series fucking slaps. It's on Spotify. Go listen to Jago and Lightfoot. I'll fight you. Anyway, The Towns of Wenchang is so... The problem is, it is so good, but it is so held back by the racism, and it's so... The racism is unforgivable, but the story itself is S tier. But also, the story itself is so baked into that sort of Fu Manchu bullshit that it is impossible to remove that stuff. You couldn't even rewrite this story to not be racist. But it's good. I want to like it, but it's so racist. Ugh. So just understand that this is an A tier because it is being torn between being an S tier story and a D tier story, and the S tier is somehow still winning despite the racism. Fuck. I'm sorry. Creeper of Traken is like B, C tier. I'm gonna go B tier. It's fun. It's in a sort of weird end of the show period. Also, Leela is not confused by fire, and she understands things. She's not stupid. She has a different worldview, and that's what makes her interesting and good, especially when she's written well, is that she's not, as much as they keep calling her a savage a lot, which is mixed, It's like she's not stupid. She's not a fool. She just has a different worldview from people. She's grown up in a tribal society. She has a different understanding of technology than most people. But she does understand. She just tried to learn. She literally has to learn to read while she's in the TARDIS. But she does. It's not like she's incapable of learning to read. She's just from a different background. Fuck. Oh god, I'm still putting off whether these are... I need to actually look up a list of Fourth Doctor stories to see which ones I'm missing. That's not a list of... Yeah, the problem is it's also going to include all the list of appearances from other things. What's Android? Which of these is the Android invasion? One of these is the Android invasion, I think. I'm going to squint at the screen. I think one's the Android invasion. Seeds of Doom is the one with the Chironoids. I can't remember. It's a plant-based monster. I'm trying to remember the name of them. Seeds. Okay, so yep. Brain of Morbius. I've already done Brain of Morbius, right? Where is it? Yeah, Brain of Morbius. Maybe B tier is a bit mean for Brain of Morbius, actually. You know what? Low A. I'm trying to explain my views on television. Doctor Who Day. The Assassin, Face of Evil, etc. And yep. Image of Makers. Yeah, Sunmaker's there. God, Invasion of Time. Okay, so one of these is the Power of Kroll. This is the Power of Kroll. This is the other one from the Key to Time saga. I must have seen this. I don't remember it. No wonder I didn't remember. Right. You know, I'm actually going to look this up. I've got a window. Power of Kroll. Yeah, this is... It's full of green army men looking dudes. I've definitely seen this. I must have seen this, but I remember nothing about it. Just nothing about it. What the hell? So... I don't know what this is. I don't know which one this is. I can't find that. To be fair, though, the entirety of the Key to Time saga just sort of blends into my brain. Like, I'm fairly sure I've seen Stones of Blood is one of the ones that sticks in my mind. The Ribos Operation I must have seen, but I don't remember it. The Armageddon Factor I've seen bits of, but I don't remember it. Why I don't get why I'm like this. Like, the Pirate Planet has the Eggman looking dude. No, like, it shouldn't be. Like, all of these are televised. Right? I genuinely don't know which one that is. Like, I've seen the Key to Time season. I know I have. I'm just... Yeah, I'm sorry, that just, like, fucking... This hurts. My brain hurts. My brain hurts. Where did I go? Oh, thank goodness. I thought I'd lost it for a second. It's in the archive. Good enough. Wait, what the fuck is an alignment chart? You can make it into an alignment chart. That's fucking Jesus Christ. Okay. Sure, I'm not doing that, but welcome to the 5th Doctor era. I'm gonna actually jump the music forward. Oh wait, no, the 80s title sequence is gonna happen in a second anyway, don't worry. Good timing. Astrovalva's a tough one because it's very, very mixed quality, but like, I like it. You know what, beat it. I like it more than I dislike it. You know, that's kind of where I'm at. Fort of Doomsday, it's another one that feels held back by weird racist stuff in it. It's just kind of like, it's a mess, which is a shame. But it's not. It could be better. I think Kinder is going to get an A tier. Apart from seeing the forest floor all the time, Kinder's real just, it's real solid. I like it a lot. Visitation, I must have watched it years ago, but I like that one. It's neat. Like, the Doctor causes the Great Fire of London by killing the Pteroleptals. You know, it happens. Earthshock. Oh. Earthshock is fun, but the strongest thing about it is just the ending. Like, Earthshock has a really good twist in the first episode in that it's the Cybermen, which is ruined by the fact that the cover has the Cybermen on it, so that everyone knows they're Cybermen in it, so they buy it. So, yeah. Because that was a surprise at the time. Like, Cybermen hadn't been in the show since, like, fucking Tom Baker's first season, which was, like, you know, midway through the 70s. I mean, the Earth is shocked when the spaceship explodes, causing the extinction of the dinosaurs. Yeah. No, that does kind of happen. And then you get a few mediocre Cyberman episodes. And then you get the end of the thing, which I'm not going to say in case people don't know. But, yeah, it's just like, it's it's got some really good big shock moments, but otherwise it's just kind of middle of the road. Which is a shame. Right? It's just a shame. Okay, and then you get, and, like, 2 companions leave in Earthshock. Like, 2 of them. I mean, one of them comes back in the next episode, which is this one. But, which, it's fun, but is it A-tier fun? The 5th Doctor is, I'm gonna give it an A, but, like, the problem is the 5th Doctor is the one that I have the least televised stories that I click with, I think. And also the least stories in other media, I should say. He's not bad. Some of my favourite stories are here, do feature the 5th Doctor, but just the stories where he clicks for me are a lot less frequent than with other Doctors. It's just kind of how it is. Which is a shame, because that's not Peter Davison's fault necessarily. That's not anything's fault, really. It's just how things end up happening. because I know people have fond memories of this era, and I know that people love it, and it's just like, you know what, I like the Five Doctors. It's an A tier. It's goofy, it's silly, it's a bit all over the place. Tom Baker does not appear in it, and William Hartnell has died, so the actor playing him is not William Hartnell. So, you know, it's more the 4.5 Doctors-ish. It's a fun story. It gets a lot of iconic villains in. It does some fun stuff. It has a twist that I presume if I'd actually watched... if I'd watched this story, which I can't remember the name of, I just remember it's the one where Omega comes back. If I'd watched that, the twist villain would have actually been a twist rather than just a character who was there, probably. But like, yeah, it just sort of happens. It's a lot. Hold on. Okay. Mandarin Undead. It's fun. It has massive continuity issues that fuck up the show for years to come in terms of how the fuck the timeline works, because they couldn't get the actor they wanted to cameo into it. What the fuck happens in this one? Another one where I'm fairly sure I've watched Frontios, but I don't remember it. I don't even know, man. Oh, Black Orchid, I missed that one. It's one of the last pseudo, like, ones where it's just a historical story. There's no, like, alien in it, and it's short, and it's there. It's, you know what, honestly. There we go, let's just... The more I go through these, the more I'm like, I'm kind of not that... I don't enjoy most of these, I can see Warriors of the Deep. I see it. The D tier is somewhat complimentary because the badness of Warriors of the Deep is kind of funny in places. I read the book version of this before I watched the televised version, and the book version does kind of sell you on it a little bit better. And then you watch the TV story, and The Inflatable Murder Chair? No, Panda. That's a Third Doctor story. That is Terror of the Autons, which I put in the A tier because it slaps. Fight me. I don't know which one this is. I don't recognize that. I'm too tired to check. Resurrection of the Daleks, I remember being good, but, like, I barely remember it, so that is sort of an honorary A. It's another one where it's a Davros story more than it is a Dalek story, but, like, I remember it being cool, honestly. I remember it being kind of fun. Yeah, S tier for, my brain, I can see it in front of me. I can see his face. I can literally... Caves of Androzani. Thank you, brain, for fucking being painful. That's an S tier. One of the best regeneration episodes. Slaps. It's really good. Really solid. It's straight up one of the best stories in Doctor Who. It's quite dark. A lot of people didn't realise that the thing that made it good was the good writing and not the darkness of it, but it's a real good one. It's a real good send-off to Peter Davison. Barely remember what happens in The Awakening. I remember that face from the Twitch live streams. King's Demons, I don't remember what happens in this one either. I'm fairly sure... No, I've seen that one. That's a solid... That's okay. King's Demons is okay. I don't remember disliking it. I just, like... Somewhere between B and C, really. Let's high C tier this thing. Planet of Fire. I don't remember watching this thing ever. Terminus I watched, and it just glossed over my brain entirely, which is a shame, because that's the episode where Nyssa leaves, and I love Nyssa. And yet, Snake Dance, again, I feel like I've seen Snake Dance. I don't remember what happens in it in the fucking slightest. Okay. I think this might be my first incredibly hot take. There's like 3 episodes, right? There's with I'm trying to remember this. There's a season with Turlo, right? Mandarin Undead, then something, and then Enlightenment. And Enlightenment fucking slaps, if I'm remembering it correctly. That's the one with fucking ships in space. Literal space ships. I love it. They're great. The special effects got remade in the version I watched, and I feel like this is important to note. Because, Enlightenment is rad. They basically just fucking, like... They just have actual spaceship races. And there's immortals, and they just don't give a fuck. They're just fucking around for the fun of it. It's weird and fun, and I really like it, and somehow that's one of my favourites of an entire era, is the one with fucking... It was probably originally some washing up bottles on strings, yeah. Again, apparently the special effects being bad was something that held this episode back quite a lot. So again, please bear in mind, I watched a version of this where they fixed the special effects. It may be that your mileage varies because of that. But I really like that one, because it's the one where it's like, it's neat, and like Turlo, who has been basically planted as a bad guy. Oh, Frontios is the middle one. Don't know if I've watched it. And Turlo's basically planted as like a villain in the TARDIS crew by the Black Guardian, who was established in the 7th Doctor era and in the 4th Doctor era, and then they didn't do anything with him until this point for some reason. Sure. Anyway, and the Doctor's like, yeah, no, I'll be your friend, buddy. I'm gonna be your friend, mate. I'm your friend now. And he's like, maybe I shouldn't murder this man in cold blood. Maybe the guy with the bird in his head is evil. And that's kind of rad, and I like that. It's a really interesting concept that, like, they take this outwardly villainous character and he travels with the Doctor and he goes, yeah, no, actually, I'm going to be a good guy. I think I'm going to be good, actually. I like that a lot. And then Turlo barely gets any time because everyone was jumping ship at that point because the writing staff were fucking doing... The show running was going pretty downhill, approaching the 6th Doctor era. Somehow they got in a case of Androzani right before the first 6th Doctor episode, which was also the last in a season of not... The first 6th Doctor episode is the last episode of the season that would have been Peter Davison one, basically. The Twin Dilemma is one episode at the end of the season. Right? And then they actually do the first 6th Doctor season. So basically, the regeneration happened an episode earlier than you'd have expected, usually. And then you had to deal with this clown man being the Doctor for the last episode. This could have been handled really interestingly, right? This could have been like the Doctor is... They could have basically done what they did with Deep Breath. And when you hear that, you hear, oh, so Peter Capaldi's worst season did the 6th Doctor stuff, but better? Yes. The Twin Dilemma is bad. It's not very good. I barely remember it, to be fair, but, like, Twin Dilemma is pretty bad. It fumbles the landing so badly, right? Oh, Panda, we're not there yet. We're not there yet. The Twin Dilemma is it's pretty bad. It's not very good. Which is such a shame. It's a real shame. Because, like, bear in mind, the story before the Twin Dilemma was one of the strongest in years. It was great. And then this happened. I'm going on break now because Panda is saying things like that. I need a drink. I'm really thirsty. I powered through my water like really fucking quick. But yeah, I will be back shortly. The ads are going to be starting in like 15 seconds anyway, so I might as well just let that happen. I will see you all in a second, and I will then correct Panda because he's thinking of the time that the Sixth Doctor bumped his head on the console and died. Okay, I'm done now. Bye-bye. Sorry, bud. Don't really want to deal with your shit. I'll be honest. Just so, you know. There we go. Problem solved. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. What was that about the glitch making this game better? Because, it definitely is. Holy shit. It's a cutscene. He's gonna die. Oh yeah, by the way, this man is a toeman. No, footman. Damn it! God, that's no joke! Oh my god, I forgot to... Oh, shit. I just remembered the thing I could have been doing this whole fucking time. Hold on. I'll deal with this during the ad break. What? Why is this farmer Duke Nukem? It's time to kick ass and find problems. Please don't clip. Bonus episode features for those who have an ad block, I guess. Awaken! Don't be talking too much. I'm just the piss girl. I just piss all over the fucking place like a racehorse. Yeah, again, by being a clunkier game, it's a kind of a better stealth game. What the fuck? Never seen that one before. Don't worry. Oh yeah, you can just change the eye expression or something with that, and it's toe options.
You have to go to the. You have to go to the main menu and. Oh,
Oh no! No!
oh the seats! Oh, I'm not enjoying this.
Jesus Christ, are you okay?
Oh,
Are you okay?
it's a good.
That's right, I've got one. My Gerald Robotnik gave me a hedgehog penis. I don't know why he did that, but he sure as fuck did. DK Donkey Kong. Bunch, you know him well, he's finally back to kick some tail. Coconut gun can fire in spurts if he shoots you. It's he's bigger, faster, and stronger too. The first member of the DK crew. Sorry, I just saw a message from Lottie and she's a dork.
Bad day for a hangover.
I didn't turn the microphone off. What? I didn't mute. I just walked away. What? Muted the mic? What the fuck? That's bizarre. Okay, sure. You didn't miss anything. Don't worry. I was just rambling to myself. Time to interrupt my just talking for some just talking. Pizza. Pizza was a type of food found on Earth. Pizza consisted of bread crust, usually a layer of tomato sauce. Other sauces such as barbecue could be used. Citation needed. A layer of cheese and various toppings. Citation needed. In the 20th century and 21st century, pizza was a popular choice for a meal. TV, The Parting of Ways, Love and Monsters. Pizza could be ordered for delivery from certain restaurants such as Jubilee Pizza, which was favoured by Torchwood 3 in Cardiff. TV, everything changes. Standard toppings had names. For instance, Hawaiian pizza was with pineapple. Rose, Joyride. You need to know which... Class! They're referencing class! We only know that pineapple exists because of class! Pizza parlors or restaurants that primarily serve pizza. Rose, Gate Crashers. From the Target storybook. Hawaiian pizza was with pineapple. History. Around 7 AD, the Romans ate a precursor to pizza which did not include tomatoes. The 10th Doctor compared it to a herby cheese on toast and a cheesy naan. He identified a pizza slice at an archaeological dig site in Creighton Valley, Procyon Medalic. According to Peter Summerfield, pizza started around 18th century. His father, Adrian Wall, liked pizza, specifically Hawaiian pizza. That's from Big Bang Generation. Tom took Iris Wildtime to a pizza parlor for dinner, but Iris left with Robin Hood before she could eat any. Audio Wildtime at large. On 5th of March 2005, Rose Tyler suggested to Mickey Smith, actually an Auton duplicate, they could eat pizza that night, which the Auton Mickey enthusiastically agreed with. Pizza. Pizza. Although they arrived at a restaurant, the Auton was intercepted by the 9th Doctor before they could order. TV Rose. A new pizza place offering deliveries opened on Minto Road in late 2006. Mickey Smith told Jackie Tyler about it, TV The Parting of Ways. In 2007, Elton Pope went out to get a pizza for him and Jackie Tyler. However, he was left alone with the pizza after Jackie angrily sent him on away after finding a photograph of her daughter in his coat, having intended to leave a tenner in his pocket in return for the pizza. TV Love and Monsters. Pizza was Caroline's favourite food and suggested that she and Clive Finch go and eat pizza together. When he left her universe, she teased him about not being able to enjoy pizza. Audio The Flood. In 2009, the 10th Doctor accidentally called a pizza place, Pizza Geronimo, while attempting to phone Unit upon being stranded on San Helios. TV Planet of the Dead. Somewhere in the late 2000s, Iris Wildtime ordered anchovy pizza to a restaurant, although she got Tom to pick off the anchovies. Audio Wildtime at large. Am I going to explain who Iris Wildtime is? No. In 2010, a Grosk working at a unit base had pizza stored in his den, which he offered to sell with Clyde, Banga, Rani Chandra, and Santiago Jones, as they hid from the Sand Sheath, TV Death of the Doctor. In 2011, Sarah Jane Smith offered Sky Pizza, TV Sky. By the 26th century, pizza had apparently become less common and Bernie Summerfield never had it. Pros the left-handed honeybird. Oh god, poor Benny. Oh, I'm so sorry. Pizza was also found on another planet populated by Gaunt. The teleportation system on Newport City meant that one pizza parlour had pizza porter ovens that teleported pizza directly to customers' homes. Pros, Great Gate Crashers. Other references. Witnessing the state of the Master after encountering the warp core, Ace commented that he had a face like a dropped pizza. Audio dust breeding. Thanks, Ace. Appreciate you deeply, Ace. Jesus. I hope you enjoyed today's wiki reading. This kind of misses the point of me doing a just talking stream, I guess, but... Related articles, Sophie the Lodger, from the Lodger, gambling, the entirety of Wicked Sisters, Las Vegas, and the Judgment of Iskar. Okay, white... I'm sorry, something in this article has something to do with the sisters from Key 2 Time. That was the actual name of it, and as a result, a load of people are going to that, but, like, just... because there's some references to... This has a lot of references to different universes, actually. Like, The Flood? Yes, that's from the Rose Tyler audio spin-off. That's from Dimension Canon. Like, and there was some stuff from Class there. Iris Wildtime did some stuff. I will not be explaining who she is, other than that she's played by Katie Manning, who played Jo Grant. Which is kind of rad. Katie Manning's quite good at voice acting, it turns out. Very good at voice acting, it turns out. For some reason, a new adventure novel had pizza in it. What the fuck is Gatecrashers? Again, oh, it's Target Storybook. There's an audio story. Pizza gets around. There's even a book by Gareth Roberts. Anyway, tier lists. I need to do a good... again, this is a stream that's not getting very many viewers, and I don't care that much. It's fun. I like doing streams regardless. But also, I really need to actually stream something good on Friday, huh? Otherwise, Twitch will never speak to me again. Mark of the Rani, that's pretty good. I remember enjoying the Rani. That's kind of a rad story. She's doing some time travel stuff. It's kind of neat. Time Lash I have not watched. Time Lash is the only Sixth Doctor story I have not watched because there's so few of them. That goes in the Time Lash only section. That's the second one with the Loch Ness Monster, and it's not the better one with the Loch Ness Monster from what I've heard. Attack of the Cybermen. I really don't like Attack of the Cybermen. I didn't enjoy it very much. Pretty bad. Mention on Veyros. That one's pretty great. Accidentally satirizes reality TV. It's pretty dark. It's one of the best Sixth Doctor stories, honestly. Not that there's much of a list, to be fair. Revelation of the Daleks. It's pretty great. It's also kind of like... What's the word? Not a very good Dalek story, really. It's basically Terry Nation, or... No, it was someone else who wrote that one. Basically, they just used the Daleks in a unrelated story, pretty much. It's pretty good, honestly. It's very dark. It makes Davros more of a character rather than just Dalek with a face. A bit more. It's good. Honestly, it's pretty rad. Terror of the Vervoids, actually one of my favourites. I think it's the best Sixth Doctor one, actually. You know what, I should talk about that and Time of the Time Lord as a whole, really. So let's get the Two Doctors out of the way. I barely remember what happens in the Two Doctors and I've been meaning to rewatch it. But I remember it merely being okay. I'll be honest. I remember it being okay. Okay. The Mysterious Planet. It's pretty good. It's kind of good. Maybe a bit... It has... Mysterious Planet's interesting because it's a pretty good script. There's some fun stuff in it, but nobody gives a fuck. Everyone's kind of just tired of that shit. And also it comes with the weird addition of the Trial of the Time Lord season, where the season... Basically, the Trial of the Time Lord is a Christmas Carol style story. They basically took 3 or so completely unrelated stories and sandwiched them inside a trial format, because the show itself was kind of on trial. Because the show was very close to being cancelled at that point. Like, the season before did not do well, right? So you got Mysterious Planet, which was indicating the past of the Doctor. It's him and his companion from before the events of Trial of the Time Lord. They're exploring a mysterious planet. It's okay. It's a pretty fun story. There's some interesting stuff. You can probably work out the twist quite quickly as soon as they walk into an underground station. It's weird that happened twice. Anyway. No, it's not weird. They did that deliberately. It's a reference. But yeah, the Mysterious Planet is Earth. Turns out that story takes place in a post-apocalyptic Earth, and you don't really find out why until later in the trial. But it doesn't really matter either, because it's like, it's just a story. They're just doing a story. It's fine. Then you get Mind Warp, which is also it's just kind of okay, right? Honestly, I think I might just drop the voice down a bit. Sorry. I feel like Absolute Classic's a bit too kind. Mind Warp is the present. It's a return of Sylph and Vegetal Veyros, and basically is like, so this is how your companion fucking dies, Doctor. It turns out we kidnapped you midway through an adventure to do a Time Lord trial, and as a result, your friend is fucking dead. Good job with that. We blame you for this, even though we're the ones who kidnapped you mid-adventure. Be on trial. Yeah. Anyway... it has Brian Blessed in it. He's kind of a highlight and kind of not. But then you get Terror of the Vervoids. And that is the Doctor's future. This is his future actions being put on trial. And Vervoids works because it drops you into what Doctor Who was going to be later down the line. And you know what? It kind of worked, because the Doctor was a lot nicer. He was bouncing off his companion quite well. Mel gets to actually be a character in Terror of the Vervoids, as opposed to most of her other things where she's kind of just there to scream a lot. In Vervoids, you can see her potential. That she is kind of smart and she does know things about like exercise and stuff. You can see how she bounces off the Doctor in a fun way. The moral dilemmas in it are interesting and kind of cool. Like, even... And I want you to understand, this means that the story with the monsters that look like vaginas is in fact one of the best Colin Baker stories. And then you should think about what that says about the rest of the era. Yeah, it's, damning with faint praise. But it's a good story. I think it would work better, even, if they removed it from the issue of Trial of the Time Lord, which comes out in Terror of the Vervoids, which is that the narration is unreliable. Every episode, from the Mysterious Planet through to Terror of the Vervoids, the evidence has been tampered with by the person running the trial, the Valeyard, because he's trying to frame the Doctor. So you don't actually know which bits are things the Doctor has actually done, and which bits are things that are being manipulated to look worse. And considering that some of the things, like that happen in like Mind Warp and the Mysterious Planet are the Doctor being kind of an evil bastard. Like, the highlight of Mind Warp, I think, is that the Doctor's being a shit. Like, he sides with the bad guys, it's a bluff. But, like, a part of you can't really tell whether he's actually just decided to be evil or not for a lot of the thing. It's interesting. And, like, it's awful, and his relationship with Perry is not healthy. This is a thing that actually gets explored later because, in the audios, they decided to explore some of the implications of Mind Warp and, Perry's ultimate fate, which, spoiler, she doesn't actually die. They make it so she got married to Brian Blessed instead. Which, various interpretations of whether being married to Brian Blessed is better or worse than death in later explorations of the material. But like, the thing is, it's like, you kind of don't know. You don't know how reliable these versions of events are. And that's kind of interesting, and it's kind of neat. And then they realize the Valiard's responsible for this shit, and the Doctor and Mel, who he is meeting for the first time from his perspective, and also, fucking was his face. He's a celebrity cameo, basically. Appears in the Mysterious Planet. Some mercenary dude who later appears in Dragonfire. He's a bit of a shit, but he's kind of fun to be around. He's basically specifically 6th Doctor Jack Harkness, but with less fucking in canon. Out of canon, that man does do fucking, but it's fucking that he should be arrested for. He should be in jail. Anyway, but then you get onto the Ultimate Foe. And this is the last actual 6th Doctor story in television. It is the last appearance of Colin Baker because he did not come back for his regeneration. And it's okay. Yeah. It's really sad. The thing is, there was a plan for the Ultimate Foe throughout the entirety of the season. The original writer got to write the first part, and then they died. So, without writing down what their plan was. So, the first episode of The Ultimate Foe, really strong. They're playing around with the idea of the Matrix as a virtual world, which, the Matrix actually originated in The Deadly Assassin, one of those 4th ones. And it's like, you're getting this sort of thing where the Valiard, this evil future Doctor, is like manipulating its world, and it's got some, and they're using it as an excuse to do cool set pieces in this virtual world. And then somebody else has to wrap up the story, and it's shit. And it's sad because, like, this is a storyline that has been built up all season for better and for worse. And in Terror of Vervoids and Ultimate Foe Part 1, it looks like it might pay off. Like they even had plans to explain how, like, because the Doctor has not met Mel. They have a point, they have a story where they meet at some point later down the line. They have a first story that you have not seen because they've skipped past that into a adventure in the future for Terror of the Vervoids. And the Mel that you see in The Ultimate Foe is the one from Terror of the Vervoids. So she knows the Doctor, but the Doctor really doesn't know her yet. He hasn't had the character arc that he needs to have to get to be friends with Mel. And that never happens on screen, because this was the last episode with the 6th Doctor. Yeah. Oh, fair enough, Panda. That's good. That's interesting to know. Bear in mind, the Matrix in the original story was an excuse to have Tom Baker be in in the Deadliest Game, where there's a man hunting him for a while. That it's basically there so they can take a break from the Gallifrey story they're doing to do the Doctor is hunted in the jungle story instead. It's it's pretty good, but also it is a bit like, yeah, we just wanted to do a different episode for a bit. But yeah, but the ultimate foe is just, it's sad because that and Terror of the Vervoids are very much setting up a future for the Sixth Doctor. This arc he is going to take over the course of a few seasons. Like, and they have this new theme song, which apparently was rushed into production, like, and it wasn't very, there's a lot of, like, mixed popularity and stuff, and it's like, this theme song grows on you. And honestly, if they'd given them more time to refine the creator, more time to refine it, this theme song's good. And yeah, it's the same problem again and again, but just this show could have been better and it wasn't. It's currently playing. This is the version of the theme song that was used specifically for the Trial of the Time Lord season to differentiate Colin Baker's era from the Fifth Doctor era, and it's okay. Honestly, there is a better version that the artist went back and made that I do think is actually genuinely better. Again, like, there are rumors that this version you're hearing right now was made in a real rush to try and get a new theme song out. It sounds like a Doctor Who theme. That's because it is. The Doctor Who theme is always the Doctor Who theme. But yeah, that sure is the Sixth Doctor era. I haven't reached the modern series yet. Again, like, I want to just make a point that the Sixth Doctor was done kind of dirty. The Sixth Doctor there is a lot of audio stuff, right? That actually lets the Sixth Doctor have a character arc, gives him new companions, lets him, like, you know, meet Mel, do different things, have a better time of it, and just, like, it sucks. It sucks that they didn't do a better job at the time. Like, there is so much wasted potential in that era, and it's just not done very well. It was a lot of things. I vaguely recall something about the producer at the BBC just not liking sci-fi and possibly having sex with Colin Baker's wife at the time. I cannot remember whether that was true or not. I'll be honest, my brain's a bit fucked right now. Welcome to the 7th Doctor tier list. Yeah, including things like The Sixth Doctor: The Last Adventure, which is an audio story that actually gives the Sixth Doctor a last story with the Valiard, and it's fucking great. They do a great job of it. They've just done more stories. The Wrong Doctors is one of my favourites because it actually explores the fact that the Doctor doesn't know Mel in Trial of a Time Lord. So the dude this is one Doctor in that story is the Sixth Doctor who is coming to drop off Mel so that they can meet, and Mel the whole time going, fucking arse, you're number one, you're way nastier than I remember you being. Number two, this is the wrong place. Don't drop me off here. There'll be two of me. And then another Doctor from the future shows up looking to meet Mel for the first time, and Mel's just like, dude, I've already met you. You're doing it wrong. Also, I like this one in the blue coat a bit better. He's nicer. It's rad. It's such a rad story. It's so fun. And it's like, wow, yeah, hey, maybe you could have done something like this in the actual fucking television show, maybe, rather than what you actually did. Anyway, Time in the Rani, it's okay. That's the Seventh Doctor's first episode. It is the one where it's sort of implied that the Rani causes the Doctor to bump his head on the console and regenerate. Obviously, there are several different versions of events that change this, including The Last Adventure, and they basically give better reasons for the Doctor to die, usually radiation-based, because that's what makes the most sense to do. But, like, yeah, he dies by bumping his head on the console, basically. Leaving his last canonical line as, "Carrot juice?" Sixth Doctor was done dirty. I like 7, though. Like, Sylvester McCoy is a literal clown. Time the Rani's okay, though. It's just sort of like, they're exploring the space, they're not really doing much with it. Then you go into Delta and the Bannerman. Delta the Bannerman is bad, but in a fun way, I feel like, is what sums it up. I guess Delta and the Bannerman is bad, but in a way where it's kind of like, it's fun bad. It's goofy nonsense. They're going to Disneyland in the 60s in a time tour. There's a weird alien baby. These weird meat-eating nightmare boys want to get the alien baby and it fucks everyone over. It's a time. Oh, I forgot to say, I turned on marshmallows again, but I changed it so that the small marshmallows, I'm eating 4 of them at a time, rather than just 1, and I've adjusted the price to reflect that. But yeah, like, they go through this sort of period, right, where the Seventh Doctor is this goofy clown. That's why they hired a literal clown to play him. And they go through these sort of goofy stories with Mel, right? You've got Time the Rani, you got Delta and the Bannerman, then you get Dragonfire, where they introduce a new companion. And Mel runs off with Savalon Glitz, a man who, again, should be arrested for sex crimes, but only in the extended universe. Dragonfire's good. It's not amazing. It's good, though. It introduces Ace. Ace and Mel actually have a lot of chemistry, and it's a shame that they kind of didn't know what to do with Mel. It's clear they really did not know what to do with Mel. Like, Paradise Towers, again, it's another fun one. They're fun and goofy, and the Doctor and Mel, I like Mel, but they just don't write her. She's just there. She is, because the writers did not know what to do with her, the definition of a bad Doctor Who companion who just screams a lot. But that's not Bonnie Lagerford's fault. It's entirely the script's fault. Like, and all the, again, like with 6, all the extended universe media that brings back Mel makes her way cooler. She's, like, competent and cool, and honestly, sometimes they overcompensate. She has been given a lot of... Shut up, Terror of the Vervoids. We're going to the 7th Doctor theme now. And you get this sort of goofy clown man who's like a throwback to the 2nd Doctor a bit, where he's kind of a goofball. You don't really know how competent he is. But under the surface, he is kind of... something's going on, you know? And which becomes more the 7th Doctor's defining trait as he goes on, especially in the extended universe. But, like, then they get rid of Mel. And just have both Mel and Ace. They did that in the audios later. They actually just went... Mel comes back after a while and hangs out with Ace. And it's... You know what? That's fucking rad. It's great. It's real fun. It's a fun dynamic, and it's only in Dragonfire. A story that, other than that dynamic, is kind of just there. Dragonfire is the one where the 7th Doctor literally hangs off a cliff. Yeah. Anyway, let's actually go in order from this point on, I think. Or try to. I've already covered Remembrance of the Daleks. One of my favourite Doctor Who episodes of all time. It is goofy, It has some like dark implications of how the Doctor is acting. Mel beats up a Dalek with a baseball bat for the first time. She does it again in a more recent episode when she comes back. Hell yes, Ace is my favourite. Fight me on this. Anyway, Happiness Patrol. It's messy, but it's good, I'd say. I think the Happiness Patrol is actually a good episode, but it's a mess. It's a bit of a mess. Ghostlight, I think... God, Ghostlight's real good, actually. I think great rather than absolute classic, but, like, Ghostlight's real fun. It's confusing as fuck, because you don't really... It's hard to follow what's going on a bit, but, like, it's rad. Ghostlight's rad, fight me. Greatest show in the galaxy. A ringmaster raps in this one, and then the Doctor beats Elder Gods by doing magic tricks. 10 out of 10. Another one where it's like, this is kind of goofy and silly, but it's real. You know what? I'm upgrading it. Greatest Show in the Galaxy, classic. Like, that, in that one, Sylvester McCoy actually got blown up. You can see him flinch on camera. He keeps going because he knows the budget won't cover another explosion. Fucking badass. I like that one. It also involves a werewolf she's just there. Werewolves just exist. Fucking A+. Curse of Fenric, that's another fucking classic one. That has zombie vampires who are repelled by faith. Ace repels vampire zombies with the power of her faith in the Doctor, and the Doctor has to break her faith in order to pull off his scheme. Fuck! Also, yet another Elder God that the Seventh Doctor has decided to pick a fight with. That's a running theme. Battlefield, it's good. There's great elements in it, but overall it's run of the mill. Honest. Honestly, I might have to just add another tier quick. I'm sorry to Timon the Rani and Delton the Bannerman for putting them in bad, but these are still fun episodes to watch. They are bad, but they are not unfun. And I think that's why I like the Seventh Doctor era. Even when it's bad, it's fun bad. I mean, that's kind of how I feel about the whole thing. Speaking of things, Silver Nemesis, I don't remember a damn thing that happened in... I barely remember what happens in Silver Nemesis, but it's not very good. It's kind of just an attempt to make Remembrance of the Daleks again, but with the Cybermen, and also a weird statue lady. It doesn't work out. Survival's good. Pretty solid. It's one of the first hints at what Doctor Who would become, with Ace actually going back to her hometown and interacting with people she knew before travelling with the Doctor. You got evil cats. The Master becomes a cat boy. Do I need to say more? I've sold my audience on that already. Just by saying the Master becomes a cat boy. And then there's the TV movie. It's okay. Now the problem is this is more an 8th Doctor movie than a 7th Doctor story, although the 7th Doctor is quite prominent in it. It lays the seeds for cooler things that people do with the 7th Doctor further down the line, with him sort of being an old sad man who kind of isn't friends with Ace anymore, and you're like, what? And exploring that is a result of the TV movie, but like the TV movie it's good, but it's just okay. It does weird things with the lore. It's a solid basis. It's a pretty solid pilot episode for a series that never happened. Basically. It's not bad. It's just okay. And Paul McGann gets to do much better things in Extended Universe stuff. But unfortunately, I'm not covering the Extended Universe stuff. So I can't do anything. Anyway, Night of the Doctor, the only other appearance of the 8th Doctor, the only other technically canon 8th Doctor story, that goes in great. Just for the record, Night of the Doctor would be in great. But also, that would be a tier list of like 2 or 3 episodes, so it is not worth doing. Anyway, can you tell I like the Seventh Doctor era? Because I've been very nice to it. Again, I'm just looking at my Seventh Doctor era and then looking at my Fifth Doctor era and being like, yeah, no, bloody hell. There's less stories in the Seventh Doctor era, admittedly, as well. Doesn't help. Yeah, Eighth Doctor. Anyway, it's time for me to open all of the ones that are like 9, 10th Doctor stories. Doctor 13th Doctor. Okie dokie. They haven't... You know, I'm going to open this 8th Doctor one just to see what they put in there. Let's give 8 a little bit of spotlight. Oh god, oh thank fuck. Okay. I thought that they just put nothing. I thought this tier list was just gonna be nothing. Okay. Okay, it just didn't load. Okay, it appears these are the novels, right? I have not read most of the 8th Doctor novels. I have access to all of them. I'm fairly sure the only one I read was Vampire Science, and that's the one with the vampire slug in it. So, instantly A tier. But, the rest of these I just have not read. I was a kid. This era of Doctor Who was aimed more at adults. Is that the Infinity Doctors? No, that's the Gallifrey Chronicles. I think I might have read the 8 Doctors as well. I don't remember it very clearly. But, like, yeah. They had all these books. I don't feel that I can really talk about them. Because I have not read them, for the most part. But I know people have... have good feelings. They like these. And some of the covers fucking slap. Like, Industrial Evolution, that's such a good cover. This one with the cartoon cover, like that's such, like I bet people bought that just because of the cover. Oh no, Bernie Summerfield was the New Adventures, which was the 7th Doctor. Also, again, River ripped off Bernice, if anything. But also, there's an audio story with both of them, right? There is an audio story from the Legacy of Time, a box set made for Big Finish, the audio company's anniversary. And it has River Song, the 8th Doctor, and Bernice Summerfield in one story. And putting them together lets you really compare how Bernice and River are, although similar in some surface level ways, they are very different, right? Like, those characters are different and nuanced, and I think calling them the same character is a bit mean. It undersells some of Bernice's stuff. It undersells River when she's better written, at least. Stephen Moffat might have been deliberately ripping off Bernice Summerfield in some ways. I'm not sure, but like, yeah, I will die on that hill. A little bit. I've died a little bit on that hill. Why have you done it this way? Why have you... I recognise all the episodes, but why did you do it this way? Also, is Rose on here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, so Rose is definitely on here, but I can't see which one Rose is. Oh wait, there's 13 episodes. Okay. So that's the Slovene two-parter. That's that one two-parter. That's End of the World? Oh, okay. There's the Nestine Consciousness. Okie dokie. Yeah, I want to just add that I've listened to some of the River Song audio spin-offs and read some books with River in them, and you know what? When Stephen Moffat isn't writing River, she's a much better character. Because she gets to be a character and not be defined by her husband. Like, there are some genuinely good TV River Song episodes, but most of the time, she is not well written. which is sad. Genuinely, because she is a character with a lot of potential, and that potential generally only gets realized in extended universe stuff, where she is not just hanging out being the fucking mysterious wife that thing. It's not. Also, Bernice only kissed the Doctor in one book, which may or may not be canon. Anyway, they might have fucked. We're not sure. Anyway, Rose A tier. Rose is one of... Here's the thing with the Ninth Doctor. The Ninth Doctor is such a solid arc, right? Just like... It is a really solid, contained story, which every part of it says something about what Doctor Who can be. It is just a really... It is so strong. I think it is probably Russell T Davies' strongest season. It's hard to narrow it down, but it's really strong. Right? It's really strong. End of the World, yeah. Yeah, and I've been interested to see attack people in that season. Well, I mean, the Christmas tree is Christmas Invasion, but yeah. Yeah. Rose A tier. Perfect setup for the new version of the show. Some iconic ass shit happens. It's rad. End of the World, another real solid one. Just really solid shit. Right? Establishes that they're going to have a bit higher budget with the aliens in this one. Gives you a glimpse into what the sort of future stories might look like. Establishes how that sort of thing would work. Explores that the Doctor is kind of fucked up right now after having a time war. And that's why he's not quite as, wearing velvet as the previous incarnation. 9 is quite down to earth and, he's, in a lot of ways, one of the more boringly designed Doctors, if that makes sense. He's not wearing a rainbow coat. He's, they're trying to sell this to a new audience, so they kind of toned down some of the sillier elements to start with, to get people to actually watch it, and you know what? It worked. It's solid. Now the problem with this one, this is a solid one, but my hot take is that the Geth have aged very badly, for the same reason the Zygons have. Because people pretending to be refugees in order to, people pretending to be refugees in order to trick you and to take advantage of your better nature is a bullshit concept that should not be perpetuated. I think this is... I understand. I was there. I was alive. I get it. I know what the time was like, but that has just... It has aged terribly. It is one of the worst aged Ninth Doctor episodes. It is probably the worst Ninth Doctor episode in a lot of ways. Which I guess spoils the list a little bit, but okay. Where are we? Dalek episode 4, or was it... I'm trying to remember the order, whether it was Daleks or Slitheen that came first. I think it was the Slitheen, which established a new thing about the series, which is that it's number one, it establishes that, yeah, the Doctor does come back. They return and they actually hang out with the family now, which was not a thing really in the classic series outside of survival. Generally speaking, if you were traveling with the Doctor, your backstory, your surrounding elements, they don't really matter. It also established the Doctor Who can be silly as fuck because these farting aliens were kind of bad. I think D I actively dislike. C I'm just kind of on. I think it's fair to do it that way. It's apparently it was the director's fault that things got a bit less serious in terms of, and it's also just a load of fat jokes. and like farting fat people jokes. It's not that cool, but like it's not terrible. I've seen worse. Anyway, Dalek S tier. Next question. Actually made Dalek scary. Reimagined the story of Jubilee, an audio story, in a way that focused on the Dalek rather than the humans as the monster. Really, really, really solid. Fucking S tier episode. It's so... Dalek is one of the best Doctor Who episodes possibly ever. Yeah. WMD thing lead up to the Iraq War. Yeah. It's... I don't remember enough about the politics to make too much of a point of that. Hold on. The ordering is getting a bit confused in my head at this point. Jaggerfest, it's an episode. Waste of Simon Pegg cameo. It's there. It does in terms of the overall narrative. Yeah, Dalek did help with that. Because the Daleks had been kind of a joke for a while. The modern series almost overcompensated a bit. Like, in the classic series, the Daleks are a nasty threat, but they're not, like, going to take over time and space. They're not going to succeed at that, at least. Which I think does hurt a bit, because they're shitty little fascists, and they shouldn't be that good at what they do. But, I do kind of like the slightly lower power level of classic series Daleks. And we have slowly been heading back to that sort of tier of Dalek stuff. Basically since Victory of the Daleks in the Matt Smith era. But it's kind of like, yeah, no. They kind of made them too powerful in a few ways, which didn't quite help. But like, you know, it's fine. There's a better balance nowadays. I just want a Dalek story that's like kind of... You know what? Eve of the Daleks is probably about the best modern Dalek story if I'm going for that sort of like power level, where they're a threat, they're nasty, they can definitely murder you, but like they're not quite... A single Dalek isn't going to destroy an entire planet quite as easily anymore. Okay, Father's Day S tier. I've rewatched that. Father's Day is, again, taking the fact that this character is an actual character and doing something with it. Rose in Series 1, actually really solid. She's flawed, but she's, like, interesting. She has, like... She is a character. She isn't just there to be the audience surrogate. She has other purposes rather than just that. And although I think she, especially in Series 2, becomes kind of like overstaying her welcome, at this point, Rose is solid. It's like, also, it is unfortunate that she refers to her dad as Daddy quite a few times in the episode. This was before that was a thing on the internet. Please remember this when rewatching Father's Day. Empty Child, S tier. Actually terrified me as a kid. Like had actual documentable nightmares in our household about this story. it's real solid. Like, this one really sells the fact that Doctor Who can be absolutely pissing terrifying without having to... And although the second part is a bit less, like, viscerally horrifying because the solution of Everybody Lives. The Everybody Lives moment is really good, although it does somewhat tear away the fear a little bit, because now you know how to deal with this thing. You could not do an Empty Child 2, which is probably why Stephen Moffat never did an Empty Child 2. But it's so good. It's really solid. It's exploring themes that weren't overdone by Stephen Moffat at that point so much. Stephen Moffat... I'll get onto it in the Matt Smith era, I guess. But yeah, no, it's like really fucking solid. Boomtown, I think B tier. It's fun. It's kind of cool. It does the Savine a bit more justice, but it's kind of middle of the road. And then we get Parting the Waves Doomsday. The game show gimmick is really good, right? The Dalek stuff, although they're a little bit less effective as a big crowd, it's still damn effective, and it's kind of neat to have this last stand to see the Doctor kind of not really be able to succeed. The payoff to the Bad Wolf stuff is okay. It's like, technically it's an excuse for a Deus Ex Machina, but like, they have been setting up this Deus Ex Machina for the entire series, so it is a payoff to something, even if it is a bit easy. And it is probably still one of the best one of these running Easter eggs that happened in the show. Russell Davis, of course, loved to do those. Moffat tried for a bit to do them, and then realised he was bad at them and gave up, and that was the correct choice, really. I guess you could argue that the Timeless Child getting mentioned early on in the 13th Doctor's run was one of those, but it didn't quite. Yeah, no series ever managed to do it again, because Bad Wolf, out of nowhere. There were not running plots in most series of Doctor Who in the classic era. You had like the Key to Time stuff, where it's a flimsy justification to connect a series of otherwise unrelated stories, and only really has an emotional impact when an actual character turns out to be one of the fragments to the Key to Time, and you have to debate the ethics of whether taking away somebody's entire existence is justified or ethical. You have Trial of the Time Lord, which again is sort of I do not remember the Hand of Omega being set up in the slightest. But across the serial, yes, but not like... I've just realised I'm still playing 7th Doctor era music. I think we should keep doing that, because I feel like they'll be mad if I play music from the modern era. So, hopefully I can get this done before the 8th Doctor music's over. Actually, the 8th Doctor is probably going to get mad at me. But yeah, like, bear in mind, D-tier is just bad. This is kind of relative. I want to make it clear that I think that if there was a tier list of literally every Doctor Who story, a lot of these would be higher on that list. I am doing these all relative to each other, which is probably throwing things off a little bit. But yeah, no, I think that's good. I think that's a good thing. Yeah, I have a few flaws with the finale of the 9th of Series 1, but like, it's generally pretty solid still. Anyway, welcome to the 10th Doctor era, the one that nobody will ever bloody shut up about. I like it, don't worry. Although I'm going to have trouble because of how they've done this tier list. Again. Yeah, no, I get you, Panda. It's like... Yeah. Oh, this is the bit where I might upset some people because of my emotions. I'm going to try and do them season by season, if I can. But bear in mind, this is... You know what, can I find a different tier list, actually? This is the 10th Doctor Stories list. Okay, is there... Yeah, there's another 10th Doctor Stories list, you see. This is episodes tier list. Yep, that one's better. Taking it, I will be treating multiple part stories as a unit, just because that's how my brain works, but bear in mind that that's kind of just... That's gonna be a bit confused as a result. Okay. So, starting with New Earth, it's a good one. It's solid enough. Wait a minute, hold on, where's Christmas Invasion? Christmas Invasion's good. I think it's hard. I think I'm gonna be meaner to New Earth and nicer to Christmas Invasion, just because it's interesting. Christmas Invasion is a nice one because it's a story where it's like a lot of the story is about coping with the Doctor regenerating, which most later stories do not cope with as well. I like that they knew that there was a boo. Boo, Panda. But like, I like that they kind of understood that this was a new era and that people were not going to be able to understand the concept as well. And they also knew that people did have that historic problem of not liking the new Doctor. Like, bear in mind, people forget every time, but like, every single regeneration, people get pissed. And they're like, no, I liked it more with the last dude. And it's like, this is one of the few times where they have really, really tried to get across that you should give this new Doctor another chance. Yeah, and that's fine. It's fine for people to have their own Doctors and dislike the other ones. Like, this is 13 or so shows in a trench coat. I think that some people... I am rare. I am the exception to the rule because I like all of it. Even when it's bad, I like it. But the truth is that it's fine. The show, it is okay to drop into the show and then drop out of it again. Like, the fact that it's continuing is because it can change like this. That it can there is a show format that can change drastically. And I think people kind of miss that, like, it's neat that there is this continuity, but if you just wanted, like... I get that people sometimes don't want to watch a season of, like... I don't know, I'm trying to think of an equivalent. It's like if... It's the Robin Hood and Merlin thing, right? They did a Robin Hood show on BBC for a while. It was pretty fun. It was around the same time as the Russell T Davies Doctor Who stuff. It was a pretty fun little series. It had some fun things. And then they moved on to Merlin, and it was basically a lot of the same production team, and it was a very similar show. If they had pivoted Robin Hood into being a Merlin show by recasting everyone at some point, people would have been kind of pissed. But, like, that's kind of what they might have done, essentially. I might be wrong about this, but, like, I'm struggling with my metaphors here. But it's like... my brain. Sorry. But it's like, Doctor Who is a show where, after a while, it will be a different show. And things will change, and your favourite characters will come and go, and you can accept that and enjoy what is there. Or you can never grow up, that you can kind of not move on. Doctor Who is a show about moving on and people dying and things happening. It's a goofy Monster of the Week show that every so often recasts itself and redoes everything, and the fact that it is a different show now is the point, to a degree. It is not the same show it was in the 60s. It would not have lasted that long if it was the same show it was in the 60s, in some ways. And, like, that's fine. You can either learn to accept that change, or you can move on to something else. Either way, that's what they want you to do. They want you to be able to move on. And the real people who are failing to do it are the ones who just get stuck. That never really let go, that are still pissing their pants in the YouTube comments on every video featuring the 13th Doctor because they didn't like her series as much. We'll get to the 13th Doctor series at some point, because I would like to go through and kind of consider my things. It's why I'm doing this. Who would have thought? But, like... God damn it, Panda. You are my antagonist on this stream, and I mean that as a compliment. Oh, jeez. But yeah, no, I'm going to take a quick break. I'm not going to play clips on this one because I'm just going to make it too long. But yeah, no, like yeah, I hope that my points are making sense in my big ramble because Doctor Who is something I'm very passionate about, and this is a nice excuse to talk about it. I had considered doing like entire video essays on seasons of the show at one point, but no one's watching that shit. None of you are watching that. I don't blame you. But yeah. Thank you. I'll be back in a little bit. I just need to take a quick bio break. Goodbye. Bonk. Awaken! Okay. Ah. Blimey, apparently we're onto the survival suite. Okay. Blimey. Hold on, did I just skip the entirety of the first Doctor Who with music? I did, because most of it's just like weird atmosphere tracks. Yeah, like, I can hear I can hear them building towards the very last track from the original. Which I will let play just before I pause it because I'm scared that because the TV movie is technically owned by Fox, that they're gonna get pissy at me. I'm zonking. Okay. We're not going to play the movie music because I think they're going to get upset at me for that one. Meanwhile, if someone gets upset at me for playing the fucking music from the Dalek control room music, then I think we're all doomed as a society. Yeah, let's get to the second Doctor Who music. There we go. Although I am cranking this up, this song slaps. Sorry, okay. Back to doing things. New Earth. What came after New Earth? I'm trying to remember the order of things while just searching the list. And, well, School Reunion is fantastic. Let's chat that up there. I think that the way it writes women is a bit bad, but like it is nice to actually acknowledge the older series and be like, yeah, these characters still exist, they can come back. Explore the play space and the toolbox that is available to them. And I think it is good that they actually did that. Good for them. Thank you for doing things. Hold on. I found Rise of the Cybermen, but not Age of Steel. I'm putting it in bad temporarily. This is not a final rating. There we go. Right, now they're together. Right, so Rise of the Cybermen Age of Steel is a remake of a really good audio story called Spare Parts, which is effectively Genesis of the Cybermen. And Rise of the Cybermen Age of Steel are not as good at Spare Parts. There are some... Actually, I'm going up to Fantastic. There are some really solid parts. But overall, I just think they're good. Yeah, like, it's not a bad story. It has some really solid stuff in it. It has some emotional weight to it. It's just... The problem with it is that I know this story could be done better. And I don't actually know. I'm going Fantastic. That's not fair. It's not fair to go... It's not fair for me to fucking be like that. Oh god, it's just throbbing noises right now. Bloody hell. The 60s TV music is not designed to be listened to in isolation. Skipping around a bit. But, sorry, I'm just fiddling while I try and find the next one. Fear Her. Hot take, Fear Her isn't as bad as you think it is. It's just kind of okay. Ooh, Satan Pit and what's the other one in the Satan Pit? Impossible Planet. Those ones are pretty good. Impossible Planet, Satan Pit, pretty solid. Like, I wish they'd addressed the Ood thing earlier, basically. But, like, it's rad. It plays with big ideas of what the universe could be. It's actually quite scary. Yeah. That's a good one. That's a good one. The problem is, this is going to be a lot of Season 2 is, that's a good one. It's a good episode. Go to the Fireplace, for example. It's like, it's a good episode. There it is. It's being good. I feel like I need more tears, really. But this is one of the few ones where I'm like, I need more tears. Because like, I don't know, maybe School Reunion and Age of Steel and Rise of the Cybermen are just in the good tier. Watched some of these in ages. Ugh. I've watched most of these like at least twice, to be clear, at this point in the series, but for what that's worth. Oh my god, so many. Idiot's Lantern. It's it's good. Honestly, actually, to be fair, other than The Wire, it's okay. The Wire's the thing that really makes that episode stand out. Otherwise, it's just sort of... And to be fair, the subplot of the gay kid, it's kind of just... It's fun. It's there. Just trying to go through them all. Peak face... I mean, I wouldn't know anything about stealing people's faces. I wouldn't know a damn thing about that. Anyone tells you I'm good at stealing faces, tell them they're lying. Oh, the Absorbaloff? Oh, we'll get to him. I'm gonna have some hot fucking takes once we get to the Absorbaloff. Hey, Love and Monsters. You're merely okay. Again, it's like, I see what Love and Monsters was going for. I think that it is massively held back by the blowjob slab at the end. Hi, Arya. I've been ranking Doctor Who for a long time. There's a lot of episodes. I've only seen most of them. Yeah, Love and Monsters, I see what it was going for. It's talking about being in a fandom. It has very clear messages it's going for. And also, it isn't that well executed. And I wish it had ended with the bittersweet, person actually dying ending that was originally planned. And I wish that maybe... Is the BRB screen just for you? Yes! Silver, I've not been on BRB for a while. What happened? Silver... Uh-oh. I mean, I'm only dropping 7.1% of my frames. I don't think that's on my end. Oh, blimey heck. Hold on, where are I? Army of Ghosts went with Doomsday, didn't it? Hold on, You know what, No, I need to add, a placeholder zone or something. Wait, that's what this bottom layer's for. That's bizarre, Silver, I'm sorry. Yeah, no, I've been talking Doctor Who opinions for a while. Yep, no, that is just Army Ghost Doomsday left. They're good. Now, the hot take is... Series 2 is not as amazing as people think. Rose is a much better character in Series 1, and I feel like Series 2 is her kind of coasting on good faith from Series 1, to me. She kind of outstays her welcome a bit, because she doesn't really have a character arc after Series 1. She's just sort of the companion now. She's just there. There's, the love theme, but that's kind of just Russell T Davies leaning into shipping. It's one of the few instances that I'd call something heterosexual bait. Just... Sorry. And Army Ghost and Doomsday, although cool episodes with cool set pieces and some funny lines, ultimately are held back by the fact they are about Rose quote-unquote dying. Rose does not die. She is permanently separated from the Doctor. It's sad. It's sad that she doesn't get to spend time with her friend / love interest anymore. But that's it. It's kind of overdramatic. It's kind of overdone. I wish that I hadn't locked myself into combining all of the stories a little bit at this point, because, I think I'd maybe put Army of Ghosts up a bit over Doomsday. Because, it's cool. Doomsday is cool. It's, the Daleks fight the Cybermen. That's rad. But at the end of the day, it's just all the Deus Ex, and Rose goes into another dimension where she can hang out with her alternate universe dad, and her mum, and Mickey, and her new sister. You're fine. Rose, you're fine. You're just going through a bad breakup. And it's not, built up to... It's and then the next series is about the 10th Doctor, who, let's be fair, has spent his whole life with Rose at this point. He's kind of become reliant on her in a way that he shouldn't. That means that Martha's series is subtextually about the Doctor getting over Rose. And I don't even care if it's romantic or not, because it doesn't matter to this discussion, really. But, and that kind of means that Martha gets the short stick. She was going to be around for longer. But, apparently she wasn't popular with audiences, so they minimised her role in the next season and got Catherine Tate instead. And I think that's shitty. I think Martha is cool. and rad, and I like her a lot. And it's, yeah, kind of sad. Sorry. I'm sad. Anyway, you do get the Runaway Bride, which is, I don't know. I think I'm torn between fantastic and good for that one. Because it is very much Catherine Tate being... It feels like... I don't know, I think I'm actually going to just drop it to good. Yeah, they are not subtle about it. They get very, They are very much playing into the subtext, even in School Reunion, of the Doctor and the Doctor companion relationship being a like romantic relationship, which I'm mixed on, because I don't feel like, I don't know, I don't like it that much. I think what I dislike about this era in that regard is that it is too much about that. Panda! Amazing. Yeah, The Runaway Bride. It's a fun episode, but it's like, and it's important to the character's arc, but it's like, I don't know, I don't feel like going back and watching it regularly, you know? I don't know. And then you get to series 3, which is consistently good, I think is how I feel about that one. Anyway, I've already noticed Blink. Blink goes up to... Why is that tab labeled GOAT? That's... Mega good. That's a better word for what you're doing. Fight me. Similarly, Family of Blood and in Human Nature. Another adapted story. I feel, for the most part, for the better, although the novel version got to use more serious analysis of the racism at the time, while the television version had to be a bit more subtextual with the race element of the story. Also, they didn't have a kid get murdered, which is something. In the original version, the kid who finds the Doctor pocket watch literally dies and regenerates because of it. So that's a factor. But yeah, Blink, it's a classic for a reason. It started the whole Dr. Light thing. The Weeping Angels are scary and mysterious in that one. Teenage Family of Blood, it's a rad story. It's a good adaptation of a story that delves into ideas like, the Doctor maybe doesn't understand human love in the same way as we do. Like, literally, he did not consider the idea that he would fall in love with somebody if he got turned into a human. That's interesting. There's some moral questions. And it also sets up stuff later in the season. It's real good. I think that's quite a good one. Like that one. I'm noticing 42. 42 is completely middle of the road. You know what? No, I can't. The thing is, I don't hate them that much. I just can't. I just don't hate them. Fuck, someone's gonna be mad at me when I put something lower than fucking Fear Her. 42 is just middle of the road. It's trying to do the empty child thing again. It's not quite working. Daleks in Manhattan, Evolution of the Daleks, similar. It's just like... It's like they didn't know how to get the Daleks to continue after the previous one. They wanted to do at least one Dalek story, even though that wasn't the focus of the season, and the Daleks had become focuses of the seasons at that point. So they just sort of got stuck with, like, kind of middle of the road episode with Laszlo in it. Laszlo! Fuck, I pressed the wrong button. It's okay. It's... I think underbaked is what I'd use for Daleks in Manhattan Evolution of the Daleks. It needs more time in the oven, basically. Oh, well. Lazarus Experiment, it's another middle-of-the-road one. It's not bad. It's... Actually, no, I'm going to put it out a category. Not bad, it's just sort of there. You know? There. Oh, I found Smith and Jones finally. That one's good. Establishes that Martha's cool. Introduces the Doctor into her life in a fun way. Does some cool stuff. It's fine. The Shakespeare Code. I think... Hold on, let me put it... Yeah, there's just a lot of mediocre stuff in this season, is the thing. Like, Shakespeare Code is like, it's a historical... But it's a bit confusing because Shakespeare has been implied to have met the Doctor before, and also had a lot of other stuff. And it's like, the Carrionites are a cool concept that are underutilized. And also, Gareth Roberts is... This is the most Gareth Roberts episode in that it's the one that references J.K. Rowling. And by that I mean Gareth Roberts literally thinks he's the Glinner of the Doctor Who universe. He has literally referred to himself as like Glinner because of his transphobia, meaning people don't want anything to do with him anymore. I will compliment some episodes written by him, inevitably by accident, because I forget which ones are him. He's thoroughly middle of the road. He does some good comedy stuff. He also is a transphobic piece of shit. I'm not keen on the transphobia, mate. I wonder if you've realised why. It's because I'm trans. You fuck. Panda, please explain why the 10th Doctor is the most divorced man in the Whoniverse. Because, like, I can think of more divorced. Here's one of them, Jackson Lake. He's more divorced than the 10th Doctor. Send a tweet. I know that, like, canonically his wife dies or something. No, he's divorced. He has divorced man energy. I think this one, the problem with the next Doctor is that it is too reliant on the, ooh, this man could be the next Doctor thing. And other than that, it's just not a very interesting story. As soon as you know that Jackson Lake is not the next Doctor, it's just an underbaked, not very fun story. It's like, there's bits I like, but it's just... I wish they'd focused on the Cybermen element of it, rather than the co-star. Like, stop it. Anyway, back to the series I'm supposed to be talking about. Sontarans is not Martha's season. Hold on. Oh yeah, we're getting Sound of Drums, Utopia, and Lost of the Time Lords. Which, I'm going to treat Utopia as a separate story. Actually, no, should I treat Utopia as a separate story? That's a tricky one. They're kind of a unit, aren't they? I said... The life in the... Fucking hell, Panda. Anyway, yeah, Utopia feels like a separate episode, right? Somehow, even though Actually, no, they all do feel quite distinct. I think I might have to separate them all. Even though they are all 3 parts of the same story arc, they are... It's closer to, like... I'm gonna say it's close to, like, Flux, where there is an overarching story, but, like, these are individual episodes within it. Almost. Anyway, Utopia's great. Cool ideas being played with, exploring the divorce between the 10th Doctor and Jack Harkness. Professor Yana is just fucking great. You know? Like, solid. Sound of Drums is a fugitive story hanging out on the Earth while they try to deal with the political subterfuge element of the Master's plan. It's good. I'd say, I don't know, maybe it's more of a good one. You know, I'm going to put it in good. I'm starting to realise maybe I like different seasons than I thought I did of this show. Last of the Time Lords, it's... No, your Voyage of the Damned. You get back in your box. We'll deal with you later. Last of the Time Lords, it's... Again, like, there's... I have complex feelings on the... I already did a Master tier list, but, like, I have complex feelings on John Sim as the Master, because he is very, very different than previous Masters. And the Extended Universe has basically had to make it into a bit more of a Kieran arc in hindsight. And I think that, I think that's a bit of a problem, basically. I feel like... Now, bear in mind, it's only a bit janky, but it's like, yeah. But they have expanded things like Derek Jacobi as they've retconned it so that the chameleon arc that Derek Jacobi used to turn Professor Yana actually turned him into a baby, so that they can have adventures with Derek Jacobi being the Master, and they all fucking slap. They are great. I've not listened to a single one that isn't a fucking A-tier story. It's... The War Master is... Mwah! Fucking great. He is terrific in the role, and he is a very good classic Master. And you can tell that's why he was cast as Yana and got to be in the one, like... That's why he got to be the one who turned into John Sim for the clearly bigger part later down the line. John Sim is not quite the same. Like, he's a bit higher in regeneration energy for basically the whole story. Arguably, but like, he's very much Doctor but evil Master. He's not quite the same character as he was in the classic series, where he was definitely not immune to being a dramatic bitch. Hold on, wait a second. Did I not... I think I've remembered which episode it was on the 5th Doctor tier list that I couldn't recognise the episode for. It's fucking Time Flight, the one where the Master fucking... I can't go back and change them now, I'm afraid. We've already locked in our answers. But, I forgot to talk about the 5th Doctor story where the Master wears, like... It feels like a racist caricature, but basically the trick is that to disguise the fact that it's definitely the same actor, they've put so much crap on his like brown gunk on his face to conceal his identity that it looks like a racial caricature. Also, it involves the plane, the Concorde plane. Yeah. But you get that. Like, they didn't have the special effects to do, like, actual realistic stuff, but also it makes it look like he's doing brown face. Or yellow face, or... Honestly, it's not clear what race he's going for. like, the Master can be silly, is my point. But, like, modern Masters tend to be a lot more goofy, cartoony, on purpose, rather than classic ones which, even while doing things like killing you with a plastic chair and having a great time doing it, kind of took themselves a bit more seriously. Like, even Anthony Ameley, who is loving hamming it up at all times, there's an air that the character kind of takes himself a bit seriously, still. Even while he's doing stupid shit, you know? And I feel that a bit of that got lost with John Sim. Much as I don't think he's bad, and much as I think his later stuff in the extended universe and in his reappearance in the 12th Doctor era do let him be a bit closer to the original character. But basically it meant that they kind of had to add a few bridge masters, like Alex McQueen, who basically explain how the fuck that the man who was, like, technically speaking, it's, yeah, sorry. Get what I mean, I hope. Last of the Time Lords is fine. It's fun. The bit of a silly Deus Ex Machina thing, but it's like, yeah, it's interesting. They are exploring the relationship with the Master and the Doctor. Interestingly, they are doing some cool stuff. It's just, it's okay. You may notice I'm having some problems with finales on this one. Voyage of the Damned, that's a fun one. Let's pop that one in there. Pretty fun. Okay. It's nice to explore the idea of a companion, a person who could quite easily be the new companion, but dies horribly instead. It's neat. It's got a kind of survival thing. It's kind of bittersweet in places, but also it's just kind of okay. What the fuck is this sound effect? It's the fucking Keller machine. Why are we doing this? We're going back to this. You know, we're going back to the 4th Doctor era music. I'm demanding this. Okay. It's like, yeah, they did have a bit of a problem of Christmas specials where we didn't have a companion. It's like, yeah, it's a bit of a shame. It's good. Good one. And then we go into the series with Donna. Partners in Crime. It's good. I like it. Fun reintroduction to the characters. It's a decent enough plot. Some nice moments. Doesn't feel particularly stand out off the top of my head. Fires of Pompeii. I think that one gets up to fantastic. I just don't feel mega good in my heart, and I can't explain why. Hold on. I'm just trying to get through the... You know, I'm going to move you, the Parade of Misery, down here so I stop getting muddled up. I forgot Gridlock. Gridlock, fantastic. Next question. I forgot Tooth and Claw. Tooth and Claw, fantastic. Next question. These are entirely on gut, but Gridlock is really exploring, like, it is giving Martha, like, a moment to be like, this dude's kind of a dick. Please just talk to me. Fuck's sakes, man. Bro, you could talk to me, bro. Jesus Christ, bro. Just fucking... Oh yeah, no, they look like kittens. Presumably to save on the special effects budget, but that's great. I like that. Okie dokie. I'm not sure I'm doing these in any particular order at this point. Unicorn and the Wasp. It's a fun romp, but I feel like my problem with Unicorn and the Wasp, other than it also being a Gareth Roberts one, it's funny, but like it ignores things about Agatha Christie that I feel should, like, ignores the sort of person she'd actually be. The central core mystery isn't really good. Yeah, Agatha Christie is not portrayed as anti-Semitic as she would be. It's like, the story feels like it's sucking her dick quite a lot, which, ironic considering Gareth Roberts' opinions on trans people. But, it's got funny jokes. I don't want to call it outright bad, but, like, it's an enjoyable watch. But also, it's just, like, fucking... It's just like, oh, the reason she disappeared for a few days is because we gave her a lift after she lost her memories is not a satisfying conclusion to a mystery. It's just not. It's just not a satisfying conclusion to that mystery. And the mystery within the case, which is supposed to emulate how Agatha Christie murders would be done, is also, like, not the best. They don't really have enough time to do a full-on, like, Columbo episode. And it's not Gareth Roberts' strength. Yeah, it's a good idea, and now they can't really do anything with it. Right? Like... yeah. Anyway, Midnight, mega good S tier. An exploration of a lot of cool things. That's just really fucking good. It's so good. Midnight's really good. And it's another, like, Dr. Light, well, it's Companion Light, basically. So they could get Turn Left to be a Dr. Light. I like that. I like how they got creative episodes out of scheduling issues back at this point. Like, Blink is so good, and it's got barely any of the main cast in it. Like, I love more stories like that to show up. Like, Love and Monsters, as much as it is despised, that is one of its strengths, is that it's playing with the idea of what do these Monster of the Week adventures that the Doctor and Rose are having look like if you are not part of their world? What does that look like to people who are just passing through, noticing that they're fighting a monster that, according to Torchwood, is incredibly fucking dangerous? Well, especially being killed by a woman with psychic fields and murderers. Oh no! Yeah, I love the New Adventures. They're very... well, what I'm aware of the New Adventures is generally very fun. Generally, as I said, Savlon, glitz, sex, crimes. Anyway. But yeah, like, there's, like, again, it's just like, again, here's the thing. One of the best Doctor Who episodes of all time, you know, the one that's based on an Agatha Christie story, has a good mystery in it. Robots of Death is so good, and it's an adaptation of an Agatha Christie story. How did you fuck up actual Agatha Christie? I swear. Okay. Hot takes time. The Doctor's Daughter. Interesting ideas, but I don't like it very much. I think Jenny is... I really don't want to use the term Mary Sue. I really, really don't, but... It feels like the show wants you to love Jenny so badly. And she is barely a character, she's just there. And the core stuff in it would be a lot stronger if Jenny was just kind of a normal fucking person with, like, hopes and dreams. Like, you don't need to make her less... You can still have her be competent. You can still have her combat skills, but she's doing fucking backflips everywhere, and she's fucking perfect, and she's great, and just, ugh. Jenny got her own spin-off series, and I've only listened to like one episode of it, but instantly it's better. It lets her be a character. It doesn't just have her. She is a walking plot point. She is in The Doctor's Daughter. Jenny is not a character. She is a plot point. She is a hyper-competent plot point. And Georgia Moffat deserves better. Honestly. Like, just... I don't think anything in the episode is a bad concept. I just think the execution is so flubbed that I just do not enjoy it. And I hate that. I hate that I don't like it. I want to like it. Ugh. It's Planet of the Ood and... Oh, is Planet of the Ood only a one-parter? I swear Planet of the Ood was a two-parter. It's good. Nice that they revisited ideas that they kind of dropped the ball on in the Satan Pit. Maybe I go to Fantastic on this? I'm not sure. Planet of the Ood is good, though. Because it's like, yeah. Planet of the Ood is a story about, yeah, no, we kind of dropped the ball on these guys. Let's do them better. And they take a flaw with the show and turn it into a pretty strong episode. I think that Planet of the Ood is pretty good. I wish I maybe need more tiers, because the good tier is covering a lot of ground right now. But I like it. Meanwhile, Science Live Forest of the Dead, that's fantastic. It's good. That is a good River Song episode. Because that is River Song written well. That is... And also, Vash and Rada are fucking great. The story is good. Like, it's a good one. That's a good one. That's a good one. That's a spicy meat point. I'm falling apart at the seams. Oh my god, it's like an hour later than I thought it was. No wonder I'm having a time. I will finish this. I might have to speed up. Turn Left. Mega good. S tier. This is a really good one. Another one where it's like Doctor Light good. Does get into some weirdly dark territory in places, but still fucking great. Sometime Chatting to Pause in Sky. Let's just put that in the good tier. It does a good job with the Sontarans. They're a bit more comedy than they previously were, but it's a pretty good Sontaran episode. I like it. Journey's End Stolen Earth. I'm gonna pop this in Fantastic, if for no other reason than it's just a bunch of fucking fan service. It's just fun. It's fan servicey. It's a real nice celebration of what things happened during the 10th Doctor era. It's good. I think that Donna was done dirty. I hope that later stuff lets Donna be better. Waters of Mars, fucking... You know what? I'm putting it in Mega Good just... This has to be cool. I'm changing this to S tier. Look, I really love the dark elements. David Tennant does not get to explore the darker side of the Doctor very much. In fact, the modern series is a bit hesitant to explore some of the darker elements of the character, and Waters of Mars does. It has terrifying villains, it has some real dark shit, and also, it stands out a lot more because the surrounding specials are at Planet of the Dead and the Next Doctor. I'm putting Planet of the Dead in... I have to be honest with myself, Planet of the Dead is merely okay. Yeah, Planet of the Dead was a bit of a disaster. It's another one written by Gareth Roberts, I believe. It's merely okay. It's just there. It's just there. It's just there. You could have cut Planet of the Dead entirely, and the only thing you'd miss out on is the Lady Christina audio spin-off series that I have not listened to because I have zero interest. It might be good. I'm not sure. I'm not gonna watch it. I don't care. I just don't care. And then we get the end of time, part 1 and part 2. This is a tricky one. Oh yeah, Big Finish spin-off basically anyone they can get the actor for. Rory has had 2 box sets to his name. Torchwood has a whole spin-off. They've done, like, 4 box sets of Class audio adventures, including 2 that are upcoming. And also, they couldn't get all the actors, so they had to recast some of the cast members of Class. Yeah. The only reason they didn't do Sarah Jane Adventures spin-offs is because, number one, Sarah Jane, Elizabeth Sladen died before the series ended. So they couldn't do an audio spin-off of more Sarah Jane Adventures stories. And also because they'd already done a Sarah Jane spin-off with an adult spin from before the Sarah Jane Adventures started. Yeah, it's actually pretty good. It ends on a cliffhanger that's never resolved because of the Sarah Jane Adventures. And it's implied to be in the same timeline. Like, the Sarah Jane Adventures does make references to the audio series, so they clearly intended to come back and, like, resolve that, but then Elizabeth Sladen died. Fucking tragedy. I believe they are doing a Sarah Jane Adventures spin-off because they've got the actress who plays Rani on the Big Finish audio thing, but they will make a spin-off of fucking anything at Big Finish. And the worst thing is that there's so many of them are actually good. They made a spin-off of the, like, military countermeasures unit that appeared in Remembrance of the Daleks, and you know what? It fucking slapped. I love it. They took what were essentially bit characters in one story and just made them a whole fucking series. It's great. They did, in fact, they got 2 spin-off series because they decided after a while they were fed up of them being in the 60s and moved them to an 80s spy setting instead, for some reason. Big Finish will make anything. I love them. But yeah, End of Time, it's solid middle of the road, I think. It's... No, I think I'm gonna have to go okay. Like, that's a hard one for me, right? The End of the Time is not unwatchable by any means. It's just like, there are a lot of little things in it I don't like. One of the little things is the Master jumping around with lightning powers. Like, this is an attempt to throw back to the decaying Master from the 70s, where, because they could... Another tragic death meant that they couldn't do a regeneration scene for the Master, or his original ending in the Third Doctor era. So when they brought him back in the Fourth Doctor era, they implied that he just got fucked up, which is why he is a skeleton. I like this crisped up skeleton man. Which helped when they couldn't get the actor for the first skeleton and had to do a second skeleton man instead. Extended universe things have explained why he gets less crispy over time. Because of course they fucking have. They've also explained how he got crispy in a few different scenarios. In one of them, it was the Doctor's granddaughter, Susan. In another, it was himself. I like the version when it's himself. I think that is hilarious. I think that is perfect and great and very funny. That the Master just went, you know what, as part of this scheme, I'll murder myself. Fuck it. I'll put myself in agonizing pain I've already been through, where I literally am angry all of the time because it's the only emotion I can feel anymore because I am in so much fucking pain. I'm gonna do that to myself. And it's one of the best Master stories. It's so good. It's so good. I fucking love it. Which is why I'm not saying which one it is. Anyway, that was the 10th Doctor era. The end of time. It's I hope that actually some of the issues I have with the end of time will be addressed, because the 14th Doctor is David Tennant again. I mean, numbers are a bit confusing anyway because there was a fucking extra regeneration in Journey's End, which honestly, I'm tempted to drop it down to good tier just for that bullshit cliffhanger. It was a pretty bad cliffhanger, but in truth, it's just sort of like, it's. I'm not calling it GOAT. Back to S tier, but yeah, like David Tennant I want you to understand that there are technically like 4 separate 10th Doctors at this point. There is the original 10th Doctor. There is the second 10th Doctor that regenerated from the immediately preceding 10th Doctor using cheat codes. There is the Metacrisis 10th Doctor that formed from the hand that the second 10th Doctor used to cheat his own death. And then there is the 14th Doctor, who is also David Tennant. This fucking show. I swear to God. Fuck. Okay. Welcome to the 11th Doctor era. But yeah, the way that the 10th Doctor treats regeneration as death after that point, I get that he doesn't want to die. I get that it feels like death. I get that it's that, but the character still carries on. The Doctor is still alive and he's here. And you know what? Your audience now feels like this new guy has killed their favourite character because of how you wrote that episode, Russell. Yeah. So, let's get into things. Stephen Moffat is a very messy writer. The 11th Hour, fantastic. Really good first episode. He banged his head on the desk another time, kept dying and then blamed himself. Oh, Panda. Oh, Panda, have you watched the most recent episode? Because, oh boy, once that's not a thing that's still kind of spoilers, you're going to have some fun with the continuity caused by that fucking thing. Anyway. 11th Hour, real good. Solid as hell, good villain, setup of the crack in the wall stuff, which is Stephen Moffat's best Bad Wolf ripoff. You may have noticed, Harold Saxon, it's like a cute Easter egg in the background. It's foreshadowing, basically, and it's fine. And then in season 4, series 4, it's just kind of like, okay, Rose keeps popping up, so that's going to happen in the finale. Yeah. Doesn't really add much. It's an Easter egg that is thrown in your face a few times. Not very good. The crack in the wall is the only one of these that Stephen Moffat does a good job on, I think. But the problem is that he doesn't want you to miss his clues a bit, so it gets a bit more on the... Anyway, 11th Hour, really good first episode for a Doctor. It's solid as hell. It's a shame they don't have a Passover companion. Most regenerations in the past had continuity of companions. And I think part of why the change to the Matt Smith era was so rough was because they did not have a companion to pass over with. Like, even with the Fifth Doctor, they had the Fifth Doctor's companion show up before the Fourth Doctor died. You only get like 1 or 2 episodes with those companions and the Fourth Doctor. Technically speaking, you only really have what Tegan basically meets a weird man in a scarf and then he fucking dies like shortly afterwards. Yeah, 10 did go through companions real quick by comparison to most of them. But I prefer when there is a companion that swaps over because that gives the audience something to connect the eras, even if it is only a sliver. And Matt Smith was one of the first times where they had a complete reset in continuity. And I get that that is better for the writers and actors. I'm fairly sure that's why it keeps happening. Is that when everything changes, it's a bit less of a issue with, like, adjusting to the new showrunners and stuff like that. They can just start fresh. But it isn't as much of a smooth transition for new people. That is a bit of a problem. But 11th Hour, good. I keep saying I need to loop back into it. But yeah, 11th Hour, it's a good episode. Good job. You did a good episode. Oh my god, the ads are trying to start again. Fuck. Stop it. We're finishing this as quickly as I can. I'm trying to... Where's the next one? I'm trying to do them in... It's not Amy's Choice. The next... Is it... What is the name of the one on the fucking planet? Fucking... The first one is like the bloody... Okay, Vincent and the Doctor's S tier. I'm doing that one. I'm trying to do the Amy ones. Lodger. Honestly, it's good. It's an adaptation of a comic story. It is... You know what? It's written by Gareth Roberts. It's good. And it's not fantastic. Bite me. It's genuinely nice to see the Doctor trying to adapt to a situation he's not used to. Which is opposite to the comic, which was Mickey trying to deal with Ten's bullshit. Which was also fun for a different reason to watch. Victory of the Daleks, it's a mess. Victory of the Daleks is a mess. Actually, no, I don't hate it. It's just... It's okay. It's like the World War II Dalek design is rad. It does not deal with Winston Churchill in the way that I like, as does the show in general. I think Winston Churchill should be, treated like the piece of shit he was a bit more. And this does not do that. And, yeah. Just not very good. Shame, really. Time of Angels... Time of Angels and Flesh and Stone. I'm just gonna go good. They're fun. There is a pattern of the Weeping Angels being a bit mishandled by Stephen Moffat, which can be talked about here, but these are not unwatchably bad episodes. They're just not very good in a few ways. And they're still fun. The Weeping Angels are intimidating in them. Amy's still a fun character. She hasn't outstayed her welcome yet. Hey, The Beast Below. That one's, let's put that in good. I can't remember why I feel that. It's just feel like good more than anything. I just again, it's like there's flaws that it could have been elevated to a fantastic episode with a bit of work, I think. Maybe do some fun camera angles and trickery rather than showing Weeping Angels moving, ruining the running in joke of you never seeing the angels move as the audience member. That would be nice. Because going through a forest full of weeping angels without having to bluff being able to see, although that adds some questions to how the fuck their abilities work, is fucking terrifying. And if they had just made it so that, like, maybe there's a camera cut and then the angel has moved. Like, maybe Amy walks past, covering the entire screen for a second, and then after that shot, the angel has moved between her covering the shot and not. There are ways to make that work, and the episode could have done better. Sorry. Did I get... I am yet again trying to write a better show than Stephen Moffat. Doctor's Wife is S tier. Next, that's not even from this season. Where are we? Yeah, Beast and Blow, Flesh and Stone. What? I don't remember when the episode where Amy kisses the Doctor happens. I'm forgetting where the continuity works. Vampires of Venice. Honestly, it's just okay. I'm sad it wasn't real vampires, because I know real vampires exist in the Doctor Who universe, basically. And I think real vampires are cooler than fish vampires. It's a pretty good episode, though. Aliens are wishy. A bit, yeah. Where are we? I'm trying to go through them all, Hungry Earth and... It's a two-parter, isn't it? Hungry Earth and... Fucking... What the other part of the Hungry Earth is? There's not many two-parters, which makes it very confusing. Like, Stephen Moffat moved out of two-parters, and that is usually fine, but there are a few episodes that would have benefited from having a second part. I will get to them. Cold Blood, that was it. I'm not putting these in bad. These are good. These are... Again, it's kind of like... I'm actually going to up them to fantastic because of the Rory death before it was cool. I think these ones are real good. They reintroduced the Silurians. I think they kind of missed the point that you related to the Silurians even if they didn't look humanoid by making them humanoid as to make it easier to relate to them. I think that misses the fucking point of the goddamn... The fact that you can relate to a thing even if it doesn't look like you. That's the point. But, they're good episodes. They're fun. And the Doctor almost succeeds at making a peace with the Silurians. Which is nice, because that's what he always wanted. And the problem is, because in real life, we don't have a peace with the lizards that live underground... But humanity does not have that. We cannot have that in the series either, so they have to always fail. Because that's a bit of continuity that would come up, and they don't like bits of continuity that would come up in that sort of situation. Yeah. Anyway, yep. Then you get Vincent and the Doctor. Amy is crying over a man she does not remember mourning, which is great. Yeah, like the moon being an egg. Oh yeah, Amy's Choice as well. I almost forgot about that one. Amy's Choice, honestly, that's a real good one. And, oh wait, that's when Rory dies the first time. I forgot. But yeah, Amy's Choice is real fun. That's a nice one. It's a character piece. It's exploring some fun things. It's nice. I like it. I think it's a good one. I think I like it. Come on, where are the lemon? Oh, it's Pandora Could Opens and Big Bang, isn't it? That's just... I think that Series 5 is Stephen Moffat's strongest overall series. I think there are flaws, clearly, but, it has a really solid arc, but that means you have to be watching it week to week, and that's not what people wanted from their Monster of the Week show. They wanted to be able to kind of zonk out and just sort of understand what's happening enough from there being bits and bobs. So, I like... You know what? Pandora Opens gets fantastic. Big Bang gets good. I think that's about fair. Pandora Opens, it's really cool. You get a really big speech, and then instantly the Doctor gets captured by them. They're like, and it just becomes clear that that speech didn't actually have an effect on anything because they were all just gonna... Because it was a trap for him. So his speech to save the day does fucking nothing. I love it. That's great. That's actually great. But then the Big Bang is a follow-up. It's like, it's just a lot of stuff happening. And it's like, and it's again teasing the River Song mystery in a way that's just like, man, fucking matter. It's gonna make me run ads in 50 seconds, and I don't want to because I want to be done with this shit. But like, fuck it, I need to get more water. See you in 3 minutes, everybody. I'm sorry that, I will finish this list. I swear, I will finish it. Bonk. Awaken! I need to check. Yeah, mic's still working. Oh. I did mention I reactivated the Halloween treats, right? Because I feel like Panda is either saving up for something horrible or doesn't know about this. Oh, dear me. Oh, dude. I'm just checking me, I'm just checking my Discord messages quick because... Melting! Add still. Okay, doke. Right. Oh, my brain. Oh. This... Does it? Because, this is the music that plays when the Fourth Doctor plunges to his death, and is one of the most iconic pieces of music in the entire of Classic Who to me. I play this scene in my mind when I hear it. Oh god, right, we've done Series 5. Series 6 is bad. Now, I need to just... The Doctor's wife one of the best Matt Smith episodes. This episode starts with a recap of the series plot, as does every single episode in Series 5, in Series 6 Part 1. All of them have this moment where they go, you know what, let's explain the plot again, because people had trouble with the plot last season. Every one of them. Also, on top of that, if you're watching it on Netflix or you were an American, you would get Amy Pond introducing the concept of Doctor Who to you at the start of every episode before the bit where they explain the running plot of Series 6 every episode. I fucking hate it. I hate it. Basically, Stephen Moffat's response to people finding it a bit complex to follow Series 5's plot, in which the plot was progressed every episode, pretty much, was to hammer the plot into your brain at every opportunity. Again, I hate this. I really, really hate it. Series 6 is bad. So it's Impossible Astronaut and Day of the Moon that are the sort of first two-parter. And Impossible Astronaut is an interesting idea, but you know what? I'm just going to do it this way round. Impossible Astronaut is good setup. It sets cool seeds for what's going to be the main running plot of the thing, right? It's explaining, like, it's setting up the plot. It's setting up a good mystery, which is, how the fuck did the Doctor get out of dying horribly? Because you know he's going to. But, yeah. This is later confused a bit by the fact that they retroactively added the War Doctor because they couldn't get the Ninth Doctor for the 50th special, which does fuck with continuity a little bit, but it's minor, honestly. Day of the Moon is sort of just more of the Impossible Astronaut dealing with the Silence, which is... Science are a cool concept, and they don't really use them for anything good. It's just more set up, and then it doesn't really have a conclusion. The story just sort of happens. River Song shoots people, and the Doctor is kind of just fine with it. And which is like, we all know she's your wife at this point, dude, but like, just, I don't know, try harder. It was kind of, I guess the Silence are a little bit Slenderman. I see them more as like generic grey alien inspired, combined with Men in Black. And they are a really cool concept, and you can use them for cool stuff, but they are quite a tricky thing to include in any story. Like, part of the reason they do a jump between the Impossible Astronaut and Day of the Moon is because Stephen Moffat clearly could not work out a way to have the Silence be a known factor in the story. Because that's the thing, isn't it? Like, how do they learn that the Silence are a thing between the Impossible Astronaut and Day of the Moon and remember it? And the answer is, shut up. Don't worry about it. Because Stephen Moffat couldn't work it out either. It's just like, there's ways, right? You could have... Yeah. You know what, Girl Who Waited's quite good. Good or fantastic? Good. I'm going good. I'll be honest with you. I'm going good. I have to drop Impossible Astronaut down to okay while I'm at it. And then you get Curse of the Black Spot. It's a generic pirate story. It's fine. It's there. Almost People and the Rebel Flesh. I'm fine, the Rebel Flesh. Actually, I'm gonna put them on Fantastic. I like this because it is basically Battlestar Galactica's entire thing, but done slightly quicker. Like the whole autonomous doubles who are also people thing. It's an interesting concept to explore. I don't think it explores it as well as it could have. She's not going good. And it is also entirely there to set up a twist that leads into the next episode, which kind of sucks. I wish they'd dealt with that better. Because it's a concept that's interesting to explore. I like it. I wish they'd done more with it. I wish this episode was better than good, basically. Anyway, you may have also noticed that's two two-parters taking up this fucking half season of television because they didn't have the budget to not do a half season or something. I really don't get why that happened. Yeah, the carbon replicants. They're rad, and it leads to them being people. And then the Doctor instantly murders one of them because it's pretending to be Amy, even though the Flesh are provably people within the episode? Yeah, this existed to explain. This episode exists to create a twist, and it is clear that Stephen Moffat and the person who actually wrote the cool story were not communicating properly. Because what Stephen Moffat wanted was just establish that doppelgangers exist. And what he got was the doppelgangers are people, actually. And then he kept it in. It also, this hits into one of my Series 6 theories, because part of the running plot is that one of the doppelgangers takes the form of the Doctor. And the Doctor that Amy thinks is the original is the replicant one for most of the story, because she does not see the replicants as people. And that is sort of supposed to be a twist of, yeah, no, they are explicitly not disposable. These doppelgangers are people and should be given rights and respect. That is the plot of the Almost People and the Rebel Flesh. That is the point of these stories. And also it means there's a duplicate Doctor running around. And as we've seen, a Doctor died in The Impossible Astronaut. Huh, you think to yourself. Maybe there's some sort of doppelganger situation going on. Perhaps it might be that the Doctor we saw die in The Impossible Astronaut was actually the clone Doctor. This is not the solution. This is not the solution to this isn't the solution. Because it's a split season. So if somebody was to work out, for example, that the original twist was going to be that the doppelganger Doctor was the one who died, and it's still a sacrifice because that Doctor is a person who is like autonomous and has feelings and shit, right? Like, maybe that would be the solution to the whole season. But if somebody guessed it and Stephen Moffat had some sort of ego problem about people guessing his twists, and as a result wanted to change it at the last minute, yeah, there's also, again, this series is a mess. Then you go to The Good Man Goes to War. It's okay. River Song's bad in it. Apologies. River Song's bad in it. It's doing a lot of heady shit and trying to take itself quite seriously and not doing the best job of it. The list of who River Song is interesting, but clearly was not planned. From the very beginning, it feels like, but like, and it's like, it's decent. And also it does lose out from the fact that they're doing this whole like, oh, the Doctor's meeting up with his old friends. Oh, he's going to bring in all of these cool people we've seen before. And we've seen none of them before this, apart from Rory, who is cosplaying. It is theorized that Jack Harkness was supposed to take the place of the pirate captain who re-shows up in this. They just reused the pirate from Curse of Black Spot. There is a theory that that was supposed to be Jack Harkness and they couldn't get John Barrowman, which makes a lot more sense, honestly. Oh wait, no, I'm fairly sure it was confirmed, because that was how Jack Harkness was going to become the face of Bo, because this whole plot is about monks that behead you. They're the villains. And it ends with a character who we don't really know very well, who was introduced for this episode, who was supposed to be friends with the Doctor, getting beheaded to become the exposition head for the rest of the season. On and off. And that was going to be Jack Harkness, because Stephen Moffat kind of knew that there wasn't much left to do with Jack Harkness, so let's just have him get beheaded so he can become the face of Bo later. But of course, they cut that, so that doesn't work anymore, huh? Guess we can't do that anymore. Jesus. So basically, this episode is a mess because they couldn't get people in for it. But I'm sure things can't get, like, messier in the next half of the season, right? I'm sure things can't get incredibly fucking... I'm sure that things will get better once they've had a quick break and they get back to the next stuff, huh? I'm sure that's gonna be a thing. I'm sure everything's gonna be fine. I'm sure that... Where the fuck is Let's Kill Hitler? There's Let's Kill Hitler. I feel a bit harsh, but like... Let's Kill Hitler is a bad episode. You should not have set your goofy River Song romp around the concept of locking Hitler in the cupboard, necessarily. I feel like this episode's treatment of Nazis is bad. It doesn't really address them very well. It can't, because River Song is doing too much. This is some of the worst River Song stuff, and is part of why I consider River Song to be better when she's older as a character. Like, this is why I think young quote-unquote River Song is the one I don't like. I don't mind Hitler being made a fool of, and also, you know, it introduces a second type of doppelganger. I wonder if this will be relevant later. I wonder if the second doppelganger we have introduced within this series might be relevant to the solution to the puzzle. Two separate types of doppelganger in this series. Two. And this one's the stupider one, because the Tesselector is a robot that travels through time and kidnaps people shortly before their deaths so they can go to jail because they didn't get punished. So this is clearly not the last days of Hitler's reign. So the murder robot showed up early. Are they going to recreate the last of Hitler's crimes? Are they going to become the people? Is this robot who who's come back in time to punish Hitler, going to pretend to be Hitler, doing Hitler's crimes, and hence making it so they unjustly executed a man? Oh! Because they had to do half of his crimes themselves. What point is punitive justice in a world where nobody knows about the punitive justice system? Because the the thing is, no, Hitler isn't gonna change his mind because he hears about the tiny doppelganger cops. He's not gonna learn his lesson and become a better person. He's already dead. So it's. Yeah, no, I've fuck, I pressed the wrong button again. Anyway, yeah, so I've decided that this episode's bad. In case you were curious. There's some cool ideas. I think the River Song's backstory has potential and ideas there. I find it interesting that while the sort of love interest in the Rusty Davis era was an 18-year-old girl who you were making to date your 900-year-old alien, making his wife more of an equal, having her also be a Time Lord of sorts, is interesting. I think a running theme throughout the Moffat era is the people trying, the Doctor is kind of having consequences of his actions capped up to him. Like the Pandorica, it's all of his enemies going, you know what, this dude's a dick, let's lock him up. And the Silence, as a church, their idea is the Doctor's evil, let's deal with him. He's fucking up the universe. And training a perfect assassin to do that is an interesting idea. It's also fun that assassin becomes her own person outside of being a murder weapon assassin bred for war. Also, Amy and Rory aren't really dealing with the fact that their child was stolen from them at all. Like, they just don't deal with that at this point. They're just like, yeah. Amy brought a baby to term, then instantly had it stolen from her, and she has no opinions on this. Also, that baby turned out to be her childhood friend, so that they named their child after. Ugh. Let's Kill Hitler is bad. And then we go on to generic Doctor Who adventures for a bit. I think this is when The Girl Who Waited actually happens, isn't it? Fuck, I've lost track. I've lost track of where each episode is. Night Terrors. I think that one's... No, it's okay. It's about... Yeah, Night Terrors. It's an okay episode about hanging out in a creepy building and being a good person. This is immediately followed by The God Complex, a story about being in a creepy building and dealing with fears. The God Complex is a good episode, which is hurt severely by the fact that it is so close to Night Terrors. Like, The God Complex is actually a really good ending for Amy and Rory. It establishes that the Doctor is so scared of losing them that it is probably better for them to live out their lives without him, and he drops them off and he goes and he gives them a nice life and he goes, look, have a nice life, I don't want you to die, I am too attached to you. And then James Corden is in The Lodger and Closing Time. I don't remember who this dude is. Night Terrors is an okay episode with creepy dolls. But the thing is, it's just an okay episode. It's about a kid being scared, and it's fine. I don't care. It's also kind of like... There's some pressing issues that need to be dealt with in regards to River Song that are just not being dealt with at this point. Anyway, the God Complex happens, and the Doctor's like, look, Amy, Rory, have a nice life. And it's a sad ending, but it's like, it's a good ending for them. they get out. They get to live. They get to live their lives. The Doctor even comes back and sees bits of them in closing time. An okay episode about James Corden. Actually, I'm going to put it on good. James Corden can't drag this episode down. It's a generic Cyberman story with James Corden and a baby called Stormageddon, Dark Lord of All in it. It's a good episode. You get to see him sort of checking on Amy and Rory. You see the Doctor just doing stuff for a bit. It's like, it's neat. He gets a job. He investigates a thing. It's like, he's clearly adapting to not having companions and not really enjoying it that much. And it's like, hey, neat. Doctor's having a time. It's like, I'm enjoying I'm having a fun time, and then they do an episode where things go the fucking murder thing goes tits up because Riversong doesn't want to murder him anymore, and it breaks the entirety of space-time, and then they fix it by it being a doppelganger, which is the space cop doppelganger and not the previously established, more likely to be a surprise at this point, Flesh doppelganger, which also had the potential thematic symbols, because the bad guys used the Flesh in their plot because they imitated Amy using one. Wouldn't it be thematically funny if the Doctor tricked the Silence with the same trick they tricked him with? Wouldn't that have been cool? Nope, we're going to use the Space Cops instead. Because somebody on Reddit fucking guessed the twist, I guess. Thanks, Stephen. Thanks for making your story worse to own people on the internet. Allegedly, according to me, I have very little evidence to support this theory, but like, my god, this one, it's like, this should be neat, and it's like, they do the same fucking finale they did in the Big Bang. They just do it again. It's the same thing. It's the same thing again. Like, it's a cool visual. I think this is a better execution of that concept than the Big Bang did. But also, it's the same finale. We broke time. Now we have to fix time. How do we fix time? Oh, I'll get married to my wife to establish who she is fully and properly. I'm gonna finish the loops and stuff, and then I'm gonna fucking get the doppelganger shot, which I guess I've been for the entirety of this time break. I guess? Sure. Oh, God. The Doctor hasn't been the Doctor for this whole episode. Also, Amy shoots a woman, and that's how she deals with the fact that that woman stole her baby, and then it gets undone anyway, probably. I forgot about a few things. Christmas Carol was pretty fun. A fun, goofy story. Where's the other Christmas? Doctor Winter in the Wardrobe. It's, it's high bad, but it's bad. It's Stephen Moffat writes Mothership themes again. It's just not very good. Not fun. Anyway, time for us to do even more fucking Amy and Rory stories. Because even though they got a very good end, followed by a little epilogue thing in the form of Wedding River Song, let's just have them come back again anyway so they can die tragically and horribly instead of having a nice ending. Power of Three is okay. It has a cool concept, and then it's rushed at the end. Dinosaur in the Spaceship is a fun romp. I loathe Asylum of the Daleks with most of my blood because it is about Amy and Rory spontaneously getting a divorce, even though there was a prequel series which does not set up this divorce. The divorce is because Amy wants more children, and they are finally trying to deal with the fact that they are traumatized by the loss of their child by having her divorce her husband for no reason, rather than talking it out like adults. The Daleks kidnap them all, because Daleks can do that, I guess. They send them to a fucking asylum planet, even though the companions aren't really necessary for this plot in the fucking slightest. And then Clara's there, but she's a Dalek, because they want to set up the new companion in a way where she's not the new companion yet. They have the Special Weapons Dalek. Special Weapons Dalek is one of my favourite Daleks of all time. It appeared in Remembrance of the Daleks. It is a Dalek with a big gun. There is some extended universe lore behind it, which is kind of fun. But, like, really, the truth of it is, it have a big gun and it make an explosion happen. It's very funny and cool. I love it. I have a toy of it. It's here with me right now. I'm looking at it. It's a cool design. It's even more dehumanized than the regular Dalek, and possibly an abomination even by Dalek standards. Because, like, the amount of radiation its giant-ass gun causes has driven it mad, which is why it is in the Dalek Asylum, where the Daleks get dumped when they're too mad to be dealt with by the other Daleks, because of course Daleks wouldn't just fucking murder other Daleks like they have had entire civil wars about. You know, Remembrance of the Daleks? That story about how the Daleks were having a civil war because some of them had more augments than others? That story? One of my favourite stories of all time? That one? The one about the Dalek Civil War? Because they're fascists, and the ultimate end goal will be that they will narrow their criteria of what is and isn't their ideal race forever, until they reach the point where nothing is actually that, and will inevitably end in a singularity with only one Dalek left, because they are a parody of hyper-fascism. They'd have an asylum for mentally ill people, right? They'd have that. Also, there's nanogenes everywhere and they turn you into a Dalek. Panda, genuinely though, they would be ableist. Daleks would be ableist. They're fascists. They would discriminate against the disabled. Real fascists discriminate against the disabled. Like, it's... like... I loathe that story. This is one of my hot takes. I hate Asylum of the Daleks. Utterly hate it. Every part of it sucks. It is a waste of reusing Dalek props. It is a waste. It is ridiculous that they did this fucking divorce bullshit plot that is the entire B plot. And the Doctor spends the whole time trying to get Amy and Rory back together because, of course, the Doctor knows that they should be together, really. What if they shouldn't be? What if they actually had severe relationship issues from the start, including Amy running away on her wedding night with you? Maybe their relationship is actually quite flawed, and maybe we could explore that. Maybe you could actually have some exploration of that. No, the Doctor's just right. The Doctor's just right about this. The Doctor is just right. Also, that they erase the Doctor from the Daleks' memories in the end, even though that's not how Daleks work. Daleks are not computer brains. They have things they would actually remember. You know, maybe they'd remember the dude that would still be in their short-term fucking memory. The Angels Tank Manhattan is actually quite good. It's, yet again, the Weeping Angels being a bit flanderized, for want of a better word. I'm not sure that's really the right word. But, like, it's neat, it plays with ideas. I do think it could be improved. I'm fairly sure that they would have, that I feel like the actual death that Amy and Rory have, i.e. old age, was probably tacked on after somebody at the BBC said, Stephen, you can't have them actually jump off a building and die. Because that's the better death for the story they were setting up, and then they didn't do it. They chickened out. Just give them a happy ending. Don't give me a convoluted bullshit reason that the Doctor can no longer go to New York to pick up his friends. Just have them leave for a good reason, or actually die, or anything else. Anyway, other than that, it's quite good actually. Honestly, it's fine. There's stupid bits, but it's a fine episode. I'd watch it, basically. Like, the okay section is like, I never want to watch these episodes again. Good, I'd watch that. I'd watch Closing Time again. I'd probably watch Night Terrors again. I would not watch... I'm never watching Power of Three ever fucking again. Ugh. Jesus fucking Christ. Sorry. Then you get The Snowmen. It's good. It's pretty fun. It's exploring the idea that the Doctor is having a bad time after his companions die, which is a bit overdone. Like, Doctor, you've had people die before. Like, you'll get over... And they died of old age. They had a life. They're fine, Doc. Like, if they died in an actual fucking tragedy, I'd get becoming a Victorian cloud hermit. But no. And I get that as well because it does establish the Jenny and Vastra sort of... I like the Jenny and Vastra running Moffat line. They're neat. I like the lesbian Silurian and her wife. I like that they have sort of a running relationship with the Doctor. I think that's kind of neat. I wish they'd been established before the thing where they first show up, admittedly, but, like, I think they're cool. But this just builds into the Clara thing. Bells of St. John, that one's a pretty good one. Brings back the Great Intelligence. It's good. Kinda good. I like it. Clara, I feel like each version of Clara is less interesting than the last one. Like, that's a bit of a problem. In that Asylum of the Daleks Clara was an interesting character for the most part. The Snowmen Clara was cool and neat, and I wanted to see her hang around. Bells of St. John Clara is here. They don't really establish her properly. Clara does not really have a character until Series 9. Series 9 is 2 series after she was introduced. For the entirety of the season I am about to discuss, the way they talk about Clara is like they were given a vague description and didn't know what to do with it. And you could have done something with that, like maybe the Doctor doesn't actually know her that well. No, she's just a thin character. It's such a shame. Rings of Artarkan, that's a real good one. If nothing else, just because it has a nice musical sequence. Like, there's some stuff, like, I know that Panda's making fun of the leaf thing, but, like, I like the, like, fairy tale-ish symbolism of that in a way. I like the planet they're on. I think that's neat. The whole characters are raised from history thing, I guess. It's like, but, like, I wish there had been consequences for the Doctor's actions in Rings of Artarkan in regards to his memories, but, like, it's a neat one. Cold War, it's fun. They do some weird things with Ice Warriors, but it's nice to see them back. My favourite thing is am I forgetting his name? No, he's one of my favourite actors in who ever played Doctor Who. fucking David Warner, him playing a Russian who speaks perfect English when he's being TARDIS translated, and then badly sings O Vienna in a Russian accent. Mwah! A+. That's funny. That's exploring the concept in a neat way. And also David Warner is just great. He plays the Unbound, one of the an alternate universe Doctor in some of the Big Finish audios, and he is great. It is a tragedy that he's died recently. The guy is so fucking talented. He is one of my favourite Doctors, actually, which is impressive. Like, because there's so fucking many of them. Like, but he does such a good job, and he's gone. I'm sorry. It's past midnight, so the sadness is starting to creep into my mind. Nightmare in Silver is... You know what? Good. Nightmare in Silver is a good episode, severely held back by the fact that it is a one-parter and not a two-parter. A two-part Nightmare in Silver could quite easily be as good as The Doctor's Wife, I feel like. Because it was written by Neil Gaiman. They both are. Like, Neil Gaiman is a good writer. Nightmare in Silver has a lot of great concepts, and it's just not given enough time. It's tragic. Like, and some people will say it's worse than I've given it credit for here, and I can't blame them. It's a mess of an episode. And also it has the kids that are like forced into the story, and then they instantly just like, it's nothing to do with them. Somebody decided the kids had to be part of the story, and I really wish they hadn't, because again, just they don't add much to the story. Sad. Journey to the Centre of TARDIS. I'm torn between good and fantastic with this one. I think I'm going to go with good. I love seeing the inside of a TARDIS, but I don't think... I think it's just a bit too flawed to put it in fantastic, but like, it's a real neat episode. I like it a lot. It's fun. It's nice to see... I like episodes set inside the TARDIS, believe it or not. Who would have thought, being of how high I rated fucking Castrovalva, where the first episode is set entirely inside the TARDIS, and The Edge of Destruction, a story set inside the TARDIS. I like it. The TARDIS is a cool, weird thing that they don't explore that much. It's like a whole fucking universe that shifts under its own weight, and it's just like, so many cool things you can do with it. Hold on, what was the... It was The Doctor's Wife was one where a large amount of the episode was stuck in the fucking TARDIS as well. Maybe my favourite Doctor Who character is the TARDIS. Who knew? I didn't. Oh, I missed a town called Mercy. It's good. It's fun. I like the music. I like the robot cowboys. I don't like the joke about the horse, because it's clear that a person who wrote an incredibly transphobic thing in the past is trying to be better and not doing good enough. And they should have just cut that joke. Honestly. Not very good. Hyde. That's a fun one. That's good. Fun ghost things. It's a fun episode. Oh, the Crimson Aura. This is a tough one, because it's... The first half of it is basically a stealth pilot for a Jenny's Vastra and Strax series that never happened outside of the audio adventures that they got, because of course they got audio adventures. But but like it's kind of mixed. I think good. I think I'm going to go good. I expected the Crimson Horror to be a lot worse than it was when I was initially going to watch it. I was like, this isn't going to be my highlight of the series. And you know what? No. I think it was actually one of the stronger episodes of that series. But, not that. I can't justify putting it on the fantastic level. Name the Doctor is, a mess. It's a mess. It's explaining the Clara stuff. I just wish that they could. It's not very good. And it doesn't have an ending. because instead of having an ending, they did the same thing I did when I was writing Sims 2 fanfiction, and I just replaced it with the fact that a new character was there. It's... They didn't explain how the plot actually gets resolved. They just had John Hurt showed up and went, that's the end of the episode, fuckers. Who needs a conclusion? Which is a shame, because the Whispermen are cool, and I like the grey intelligence being explored, and it's just very good. Same kind of problems with Time of the Doctor. It's like, I have heard rumours that Stephen Moffat wanted this to be a whole season of the Doctor trapped on Trenzalore, and I think they should have at least given him four episodes, right? They should have given him like a few specials rather than just one Christmas special, right? Like, I think that giving David Tennant 4 specials for his last episodes, 5 specials for his last episodes, that was too much. I feel like you could have just done, like, you could have cut at least 2 of those entirely and lost nothing. Right? But Time of the Doctor needed more time. You needed to see the passage of time happen a bit slower, and you needed to actually, like... You needed to see the Doctor grow old, rather than just have a fucking montage of cool moments while Clara's dealing with her progressive grandma who doesn't judge Matt Smith for not having had his bottom surgery yet. Like, it's just okay. It's just okay. I'm sad that it's just okay. Yeah, the Doctor's pretty good, though. That's a fun one. It's, it has flaws that stop me from putting it in S tier. Like, significant ones. The treatment of Elizabeth I is a mess. There is a lot of plots going on at once. The fact that I love the War Doctor, but I love the War Doctor heavily because of other stuff. I love the audio plays with John Hurt in them, which there are sadly not many of because of his death. Sorry, I'm focusing a lot on the tragic death of some of my favourite Doctors today, huh? Well, I'm kind of glad that Patrick Troughton was dead before I knew who he was, because otherwise I'd be fucking sobbing on a daily basis. Yeah, it's like they took something that should have stayed just a little joke or something to put in an audiobook or something at some point, and instead made it the plot of your 50th special. The 50th special also has the flaw of only really celebrating the modern series and not so much the classic series, although you can see John Hurt as a part of the a representative of the classic series in a few ways. It doesn't quite work. It's a story about the 10th and 11th Doctors crossing over more than it is a story about much else. And also, the retcons it causes, I feel like they could have done better. I feel like the ultimate saving of Gallifrey, although essential in order to make Time of the Doctor work, and to let there be Gallifrey stories in the future, briefly, before they destroyed it again, that was something that was I think there is potential there that should have been harder. You know, it should have been something that took effort and time, maybe. I don't know how you'd pull it off in a short amount of within the scope of the project, but you just It could have been better. But overall, it is still a bloody fantastic episode. It combines a lot of things into one plot. It does a great job. It has some good fan service moments. Some of the lines that David Tennant says aren't my favorite, but it's like I get it. You're doing a pretty good job, and I really wish Matt Smith's era was better. Just look at all of these. One of the fantastic ones is a two-parter, and I'm just only 2 in the S tier, man. 2 episodes that I consider S tier from this. Matt Smith was not the problem with this era. And I'm sad that he's probably not going to come back for many things. I'd love it if he came back for one of the 60th specials, but dude was in Morbius, and he's in House of the Dragon, and he's not gonna have time to come back, is he? We're not gonna get more Matt Smith. We're not gonna get him to be seen being written by someone who's better outside of stuff like the comics. And from what I remember, Matt Smith isn't a very good audio voice actor, so it's unlikely that he'll do Big Finish stuff. And they've had an impersonator do Matt Smith stories over there, but I'm sorry, it's just kind of sad. This is also because it's fucking late at night. I need to try and stay as quiet as possible while I finish this off. I've got 2 doctors to go, and I'm fucking... I want to be finished. Good. The Greatest is a good one. Okie dokie. Oh god, this is going to be a run. Just check the 13. Yep, 13 list. But no, I can just get through this. Not canon? Dude. That's a bit rude. You can tell they made this for their own reasons. But the not canon tier is... Fuck, man. That's not how canon works to me. I'm getting rid of that one. Okie dokie. Right. Heaven Sent, one of the best episodes of all time. Please watch it. Face the Raven, it's okay. It's okay. Robot of Sherwood, I enjoyed it, but it's fine. Yeah. You're right, Panda. Deep Breath, I actually... The Deep Breath is a bit of a mess, but I think it's a much better... It's a better connection between this Doctor and the last. Even though I have, I'm going to good, it has serious flaws because Clara, of all people, should be the one who can best cope with regeneration, but she just doesn't, right? She just does not deal with it very well. Which is weird. And I get it, it's trying to set up an arc, but it's fuck, man. Flatline, actually really like that one. All Enemies, like the way it plays with the ideas of the Doctor and Companion not being too different, and plays with the idea of how Clara sees the Doctor, which fits into the arc really well for that season. Magician's Apprentice and Witches for Me, I think I'm going to put in the where is it? They did a lot of... This is not the right season, but fuck it. Magician's Apprentice, Witches for Me, I really like them. They're a fun, if flawed, exploration of the Doctor, Davros, even Missy a little bit, even if she doesn't do that much in the episode. I think they're fun and good. But flawed. Listen, I think good. I'm gonna go good. I don't remember a damn thing about Time Heist. It's going in okay. Mummy and the Orient Express. That's... You know what? I'm gonna be kind. It's a real fucking solid one. It's fantastic, but like... That's a real solid story in general. I like the way that the Doctor bounces off his past selves in a scene, which is really rad. Into the Dalek, it's low good, fantastic, but it is a pretty good one. I like the stuff it explores, even if it is flawed. But also it's sort of just above good, really. You know what? No, it's going in good. Gut instinct. Tricky to get them all. The Forest of the Night. Awful. That's not how autism works. Don't encourage kids not to take their fucking meds. I hate Forest of the Night so fucking much. It's awful. Caretaker. It's okay. That's a Gareth Roberts one. Hooray! Ugh. I'm trying to get through these as quickly as possible at this point. Dark Water, I cannot remember which bits happened in Dark Water and which bit happened in the other one, but it's like... okay, I think. Dark Water and Death in Heaven, it's just... they're... I think I'm going to put Death in Heaven in good and Dark Water in okay, because between them, they're very middle of the road. Like, Dark Water, it's doing some fun stuff with the arc, but the problem with this whole season is that the Doctor's arc is learning who he is, and learning that if he's a good person and who he wants to be, and Clara's arc is maybe my relationship with this man is toxic and I should never spend time with him again. And maybe spending time with him in spite of this has gotten people I love killed. And those arcs go together like chalk and hydrochloric acid. Kill the Moon. I don't think I really need to add much to this one. Regardless of the one really, really good scene in Kill the Moon at the end, where Clara chews the Doctor the fuck out, which is slightly undercut by Mummy and the Orient Express instantly going back on it in the next episode, which I am a bit sad about. And also the Moon being a fucking egg is just so bad. And that's not how bacteria work. And you accidentally made it an abortion metaphor? Like, my guy, how did you do this accidentally? I know, I believe you when you say you didn't intend it, but fuck, man! Last Christmases. It's fun. The dream crabs are neat. I'm probably being too kind to it by putting it in good. It also has the issue of giving Clara a really good ending. For the third time. Because the ending for Clara in Death of Heaven is a good ending. She's like, yeah, this was a toxic relationship. We should probably spend some time apart. This happened because Clara's actress didn't want to do the show anymore. And then she changed her mind. And they got her back for another season. After the Christmas special. So this Christmas special, which should be a melancholy, like, last hurrah for the two of them, ends up being not that. Because... okay. So Last Christmas is like a weird dream thing. It's kind of neat. The concept is played with in one of the audio dramas, which basically does it better. They just do the dream crabs, but better. Twice. Fucking twice. Jesus. Basically, the whole episode is a shared dream, but also not, because the dream crabs are going to kill you still. Like, there is a threat, even though it isn't all a dream thing. The dream has consequences, which is the correct way to do that. It's a bit silly and weird and confusing, but, like, it's fun. The episode ends with, okay, so we get out of the dream, and maybe the Doctor and Clara never see each other after that. And it's kind of melancholy and sad, but it's like, okay, maybe we've had our time together. And then the Doctor shows up at Clara's house, and she's an old woman. And they have a last Christmas together, paralleling the old Matt Smith in his last episode being looked after by Clara. The Doctor looks after Clara in her old age. And they're like, yeah, no, I lived a good life. I have some regrets, maybe, but, like, I'm happy. That turns out to be a dream as well. And then they just run off and keep being companions. So, you gave her a good ending in Death in Heaven. You then gave her another good ending in Last Christmas. This will be a running theme. Fucking hell. Already covered Magician's Branches and Wishes Familiar. They then start doing two-parters. Girl Who Died and Woman Who Lived. Girl Who Died, I think, is... It's good. It's good. I'm going good. Woman Who Lived, less... It's pretty much a two-parter, but it's a very different two-parter. I don't like it as much. Under the Lake... and other one, Before the Flood. That one's a great one. That's a really fun one. It's fun. Clara gets to be a person because it's the one season where she's a character. The side characters are neat. The monster's cool. I like it. It's fun. Fucking hell, I'm trying to get through quickly. And also, I'm getting less familiar with these episodes because who wanted to rewatch these seasons after this point? Zygon Invasion and Inversion. There's one really, really good speech in the Zygon Inversion, which is they are flawed because they are using Zygons as a metaphor for terrorists to an extent. Or, no, not terrorists. They are literally Zygon terrorists in it. They're using them as a metaphor for Muslim people, I think. And that metaphor is mixed and flawed. Zygons are refugees living on Earth. They are not known to people, but they are there, and they're fine. They're harmless. But some Zygons want a change in the status quo, so they do a massive amount of terrorism and wars and try to out the existence of Zygons to people. And the core issue is never really solved. They just absorb the main ringleader of the terrorist action into the system. There's some good stuff in there, but it's a very mixed metaphor. And I think it's torn between being a fantastic episode and being an okay episode in a way where it's like, good is the best compromise you're gonna fucking get, I'm sorry. Sleep No More is about ice, not monsters, and I still like it more than Kill the Moon. It was at least trying to do something interesting, even if it's a fucking mess. Honestly, I'm a bit offended by the fact I put that above bad. This is where we're at, everybody. Jesus fuck. Ugh. feel like I'm missing some. What's the... Oh, I already did Heaven Sent. I didn't do Hell... Where's Hellbent? Oh wait, no, and there's another one in there as well, because a fucking... somehow ends up as a fucking 3-parter. Here's Hellbent. It's... Honestly, it's good, it's playing with some cool ideas, but it is a massive letdown after how good Heaven Sent is. Like, Heaven Sent, one of the best episodes of all time. Its direct follow-up, directly connected to it. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. Fuck. Ugh. Where I'm missing the one where... The one where Clara actually dies. I need to talk about that. Fear the Raven. Is it? Is Fear the Raven not on here? Face the Raven. Why is it in okay? Why did I don't remember putting that there. I mean, it's correct. Yeah, that's the one where she dies again. For real this time. It's an episode, it's establishing, you know, I need to pee. Fuck, I hate that I need to BRB again. But I will talk about Clara's death when we return from ad break, because otherwise I will pee my pants. Awaken. Oh god. I'm not supposed to play out this late. This is gone. Oh, I'm gonna be here all fucking day. Here's the thing, I'm not splitting this into 2 videos. I'm getting this shit done. Right? I have to get this shit done. Let my Doctor Who opinions be judged by the masses, or they know no evil. Starting to wonder whether I can get away with, like, playing more modern Doctor Who music, but I don't want to try. I'm not... Okay. At least the ads will end just at this end. Okay, we're back. Okie dokie. So Clara dies again, and she dies in one of the most horrible ways that any Doctor Who companion has ever died. Like, bear in mind that it's like actual death in Doctor Who is pretty rare. So a death this final and painful and nasty is pretty horrible. It's the worst of Clara's deaths. Her third one. It needs to be here to make Heaven Sent work as a mourning metaphor to some degree, but like it's kind of cruel. Like, Clara has actually got to be a character now. She's like got a personality by this point, and it's just like, yep, she gets to die screaming in pain as her best friend watches her die and is then chucked into a torture prison for billions of years. You know, for family audiences. This is not... I don't want to say you never murder anyone, right? Doctor Who has killed companions, and it is good to sometimes have it be clear that not everybody gets out of this well. Like, it's fun space adventures, but it is actually dangerous, and having there be actual stakes is a valid choice. And the arc makes sense. Clara is becoming more risky. She is taking risks like the Doctor would when he is a lot less easy. He is a lot harder to kill, like, on a fundamental level than a human. And she makes a one risk too many, and she dies. And it's pretty brutal, and she kind of accepts it, but it's like, yeah, fair enough. But also, it kind of sucks to have your character just sort of die. I appreciate the balls. Thank goodness they won't back out of this in 2 episodes' time. Anyway, in Hellbent, the Doctor helps Clara cheat death. And part of this is him defying everything he is. It is painted as a bad thing he does in Hellbent. The idea of that is that the Doctor is too attached to Clara and will probably do bad things if he continues to basically fixate on her death. And to let him get over that, he has his memory wiped. Clara fucking cheats death. She's kind of just put the pause button. She's gonna go back and actually die to the Raven anyway. But she does get to go do lesbian space diner adventures with a shielder, I guess. Me, sorry. The character is named Me, which makes her very difficult to talk about. Which is a shame, because I kind of like the Woman Who Lived idea that she forgets her name so much that Me is the best name for her at this point, but makes it real hard to discuss her. Because if I say Me in reference to the character Me, I then need to establish that I'm talking about the character Me and not the Me, the definitely human Me, you know? But yeah, basically, that is so the ending that sticks for Clara is the third worst. And it also makes her other death kind of a rug pull. Because, yeah, like, she doesn't actually die in that horrible way, which means that, well, she does, but she also lives a full life and only comes back to die when she's accepted that death. Anyway, even though she already seemed to have accepted that death in the episode, by that point, Hellbent's a mess. It's a fun mess that is going for themes, which is why I've rated it a bit higher than some things, but like, yeah, no, it's a fucking mess. Anyway, then we had a Year Wheels only a special, and it was Return of Dr. Mysterio. It's okay. It's better than you'd think. considering it is a Doctor Who episode about superheroes. It makes Nardole a likable character. Husbands of River Song, I honestly really like. I think that's one of the best River Song episodes. It's a goofy romp. It's a bit of like silly fun. But it shows you what River Song is like when the Doctor isn't around a bit. It shows them being like an actually kind of decent couple, even one that doesn't kiss, which is, I believe, something to do with Peter Capaldi's boundaries, maybe? I'm not sure. But it's kind of neat. They're kind of like, they're having a fun time. They're having they're just, and it's a fun episode. It's nice. And although it does have some fucked up implications about how River Song sees the relationship with her husband for most of her fucking life, it's fun. It's good River Song rather than Let's Kill Hitler River Song. And then we get into the season with Bill, the best character. She's the best. She's good. Bill is good. I love Bill. Bill good. Bill. Time for me to try and remember the pilot. It's good in that it establishes Bill. It's a fun episode. It establishes the new status quo. It acts as kind of a pilot to this refreshed version of the series. It's really nice. This will fall apart a little bit later, but it's nice. They just do some things. Smile, that's a fun one. Thin Ice, fun one. The Doctor punches a racist. I enjoy it. Knock Knock, it's... I don't remember whether it was good or okay. I'm just going to put it in okay, to be safe. It's a real fun one, though. I have a lot of fun with it. It's a good episode. Empress of Mars, that's a good one. It's more exploring the Ice Warriors. It's fun. It's a fun little episode. Extremis, fucking really enjoy Extremis. Oxygen's a pretty good one. You know what? I'm gonna put Oxygen fantastic. You know what? Oxygen's fantastic. It explores space capitalism being bad. Who would have thought I'd have liked that one? But it also introduced a plot point, which is the Doctor basically goes blind to save Bill and Nardole from being to save the day. And he claims he's fixed it. He has not fixed it. This means for the next few episodes, and I wish they'd kept this permanently, but he is blind and trying desperately, using his sonic sunglasses, to pretend he is not blind. Because he doesn't want to admit weakness in his eyes, which is like the sort of arc I would have liked to explore. Like, a disabled Doctor could have been a really cool thing to do. It could have been like, how does the Doctor adapt to this? How does the Doctor learn to not live with a disability for a bit, even if he is going to regenerate later? Like, it's interesting, and it's a fun thing, and it's a cool concept. And for me, as a result, for the entirety of Extremis, which is kind of like Extremis, I don't want to spoil Extremis actually, but I love it. But it's basically set up for an alien invasion that is going to happen. But the characters in this can't really do anything to stop it other than sending messages to themselves in another universe, basically. So, this is kind of an episode where they fucking fail? It's kind of neat. It's a neat story. The follow-up is... The period at the end of the world is okay. honestly. Like, which is, bear in mind, Extremist, Period End of the World, and Lie of the Land are a three-parter, basically. Period End of the World, they're trying to stop the invasion because they've been told by the parallel versions of themselves in Extremist, basically. The Doctor is still trying to pretend to not be blind. He spends most of his time pissing around because it was established in Dark Water and Death in Heaven that the Doctor becomes president of Earth if there's a crisis big enough. This is stupid. I don't like it. When I write my 12th Doctor fanfiction, I am going to write an episode where he gets disbarred. And that'll be the joke. Anyway, it's a concept that is better explored in other media. The Doctor does not want power. Specifically, the New Adventures of Bernie Summerfield, the ones with the Unbound Doctor, explore this concept. It's great. The Unbound Doctor becomes the ruler of the universe, and he fucking hates it. It's great. Yeah, Lie of the Land, I think it's good. Like, Extremist is the best part of it. Period of the End of the World is kind of a drop in quality, honestly. It's like, it's very much the middle chapter. Also, they cure the Doctor's blindness with a wish. Bill wishes for the Doctor to be unblinded, rather than him dealing with learning to live with a disability. They magic it away after it stops being a plot element. I don't like that. I wish they'd explored that better. A soft Wishmaster reboot, yeah. And then Lie of the Land is like, the aliens have taken over. They've brainwashed everyone. They are ruling the world. How does Bill Potts save the day? How do Bill Potts and the Doctor overthrow a tyrannical government that has taken over the Earth? It's fun. It's a pretty good one. It's very Doctor Who, but it's real fun. I like it a lot. The Eaters of Light. I remember this one being real fun. It's about Romans and I don't remember what happens, but I really like it. Yeah, oh, by the way, by this point, the fact that it was a soft reboot no longer matters because they've reintroduced Missy, and if you don't know who she is from previous seasons, then her presence makes no sense and just confuses new viewers. They just needed to explain her a bit better, but they didn't, which means that the soft reboot premise just fucks everything up. She is key. No, Panda, that's the thing. She is key to the plot of this season. She is a core plot element. She is a good thing. I like Missy's presence. She adds to this series. I think she is good. Her presence should be better explained for new viewers if your intention was to make this a soft reboot season. Ugh! World Enough and Time, fucking fantastic. It does spare parts better than Rise of Cybermen Age of Steel did. It is kind of a rip-off as a result, because this one wasn't written by the dude who wrote that one. But it's very much exploring why Cybermen are fucking terrifying. It has a good twist reveal stuff. It's interesting. The science is a little fucky. Doctor Fall's similarly quite good. I do feel like what happens to Bill Potts in the end is a bit... I've seen black critics criticize how Bill Potts is treated by these episodes, and although I love it, I love these episodes, and I do think they're good. I cannot, as a white person, say that people would be wrong to criticize the way these episodes treat Bill Potts, because her happy ending is a little bit rushed at the end. So a lot of the horrible suffering she goes through in these episodes is kind of a lot to do. It's not the best. Which is a shame, because oh my god, I did not realize how few of these I'd put in the greatest. Like, I thought there'd be more that I really loved. Like, I guess that it's just because the ones that I did like ended up in the fantastic rather than the greatest. It's a shame. Because again, Peter Capaldi's one of my favourites. Like, I really love him. He's horrific in the role. He grows throughout all these seasons from this grumpy old bastard man into somebody who's one of the kindest doctors and, like, is trying to be a good person still, despite the fact that it doesn't really come as naturally to him as most doctors. And it's like, I think that Peter Capaldi is the arc they intended to do for the Sixth Doctor done better. Like, genuinely. Even though it is messy, even though it has massive flaws, it's not hard to do better than the Sixth Doctor version where they didn't do it. So, but like, yeah. It's like, and then you end with this one, which is a crossover episode with First Doctor, and it's high good. It's too flawed to put it in fantastic, but it is a good episode. I do not want to deny that. I think it is really, really good. I think it is fun. I think, although it flanderizes the First Doctor a bit, that is a deliberate attempt to draw attention to the differences between the eras of the show. And also, I feel like I like the novels. The novelization made a point that this was the First Doctor fucking with the 12th Doctor, and because deliberately trying to rile a man up. That is a fun interpretation. I think going in with that interpretation kind of makes some of the flaws of the show a bit more forgivable. The flaws of the episode, sorry. But ultimately, like the entirety of Capaldi's era, it is flawed. And as much as I do like it, it's like, yeah. Overall, I like this era more than the 11th Doctor one. I think there's some solid stuff. I think a lot of people jumped off for understandable reasons, but because the understandable reasons being the entirety of Series 8, let's be honest. But like, I love this still. I'm sad that it turns out that more people saw Kill the Moon than Heaven Sent, you know? Or saw that in it. And I'm getting melancholy because I'm fucking tired. It's time for the 13th Doctor's era. This is the one I expected to have a load of people being a dick to me about, because I like it. I like 13 a lot. It's time for me. Also, note a thing. She got 3 seasons and yet significantly less episodes than everybody else because they moved it to a 10 episode thing. Yeah, the thing is, Panda, the moon being an egg, it doesn't get referenced much, but it is like... It does mean that any story set on the moon will have to deal with that as a continuity thing, which I hate. Anyway, Women Who Fell to Earth. Real fucking good. goddamn, you know what? I'm not going to go greatest, but like, the first few episodes of this are just a solid start to the 13th Doctor. We fell to Earth, real solid. And the next one is Ghost Monument, isn't it? Ghost Monument. Actually, I think Ghost Monument drops to a good, but it is still a solid introduction to the Doctor and the new characters and the way the show is going to be now. Rosa the third one? I think Rose is the third episode. They do that. We do a future episode, even though it's technically not set in the future. Rosa is... I don't want to say Rosa is unflawed, but this is such a solid episode. It shows that the show is willing to tackle quite dark topics. They got a black writer. They got Mallory Blackman to... I believe she only co-wrote it because she's not used to TV writing. But it's a really good episode. I feel like me being white is a thing to address here, because there is the Yaz is a cop issue, which this episode directly tackles. I feel like a lesser story would just not really address the cop thing at all. And although I think Yaz's response is flawed, to be kind, Lord, it's like they actually addressed it. They did better than nothing. You know? A lot of shows would have just not bothered. They probably could have gotten away with not bothering. And I like that the villain is not some space alien, it's just a fucking racist. The bad guy in Rosa is a racist. He's a racist time traveler, and they fix history, even though it is kind of rough to do that. And I agree with, and I feel that some people had some quite bad faith takes on Rosa, which is why I'm a bit kinder to it, maybe, than some of them, but like maybe really it should go in fantastic rather than the greatest, but like, fuck you. A load of people decided that that the Doctor was complicit in racism by doing a thing that would fix the timeline. Ugh. I'll fight you. Okay. I got a conundrum. It's okay. I'm not doing these in order at this point, am I? The plot's kind of a lot of not much, but it's not bad. It's just there. It's an episode that's there. Demons of the Punjab, one of the best episodes of all time. Please watch it. I love it a lot. Definite massive highlight. Arachnids in the UK. It's I remember liking it at the time, but like, am I going good or am I going okay? Low good. I think it's fun. I think it has a thing that I think is a deliberate decision in these early seasons, which is you don't get closure as much. Things just sort of continue. Right? Like, at the end of Arrakis UK, the bad guy kind of just keeps going. They solve the immediate problem, but the systematic issues are still there, and they're not really capable of doing anything about it. And I think that is a deliberate decision, because it's a recurring theme in Chibnall's, like, first two seasons. That, like, Orphan 55 has this as well. It's like, things just end. They don't fix the day, they drop in and then they drop out. They don't get the closure necessarily. And that's interesting. And it's an idea that I wish the series had explored a lot more, because Orphan 55 is merely okay. I know I'm skipping ahead a bit by doing that, but like, yeah, no, it's an okay episode, which is nicer opinion than a lot of people have about Orphan 55. I like the 80s theming. I like that it heavily references, like, it looks like an episode from the early Sylvester McCoy 7th Doctor era. It has the same subway tunnel twist as the mysterious planet does, which is kind of fun. And I think it is hurt by being very on the nose about its environmental themes. Around the same time as Praxius, another episode that is heavily about environmental themes. Why did you do 2 of those in the same fucking season? Ugh. Okay. Kablam is a good episode that rapidly takes a sharp turn in the last chunk of it, when they decide that when somebody in the marketing department emails the writer and goes, hey, you know how Amazon sell our merchandise? Maybe we shouldn't piss them off by criticizing them. And then they decide that things are solved. It's a bit of a mess. Witchfinders I remember being good. I don't remember much about it. It takes you away. Ooh. I actually quite like that one. Dimension Frog is good, and you can fight me about it. It's a bit flawed, but like I'm just even thinking of things like they cast an actual blind actor. Like they got a blind kid to play the blind kid in It Takes You Away. And I hate that that's a thing I have to praise, because it's not something that usually happens. Okay. There's a lot of episodes here. There's the Battle of Rancho Cause is mostly bad because it is supposed to be the finale, but it's, you know what, it's the main issue is that it's supposed to be the finale, I feel, right? And I have the personal feeling that Resolution, which is a blooming good episode, honestly, my feeling is that was actually going to be the finale, and then they had to push it back to the New Year special, whatever reason. And because Rancho Carlos does not feel like a finale. It feels like an episode. It feels like, you know, the one before the finale, but with finale elements chucked in an attempt to try and make it the season finale. Like, Jodie Whittaker's first season is very much... It feels like a season designed to basically reset things. It is establishing what the new formula they're doing is. Very much focusing on new monsters, very much playing with these existing, with new ideas, going back to the show's roots a bit, with like exploring the with being a bit more educational and being a bit more like exploring some idea, like, and it is a mess. It's a mess of a season. The best content is heavily front loaded, and it peters out. Apart from Resolution, which Resolution's pretty good. I like that one. I don't put it up to You know what? I'm putting Resolution up to fantastic. It does cool things with the villain in that one. But like, a lot of the good content is heavily front-loaded. Like, genuinely, it's just like, yeah. Okay. 5-4 Part 1. Fucking fantastic. That episode is fucking great. Spyhawk Part 2, merely good. Has a lot more flaws. Honestly, I'm tempted to put it to okay. For Nazi-related reasons. Please, there needs to be less Nazis in this show. But, like, yeah. I think it's pretty good for the most part. You get all from showing Praxius. Nikolai Tesla's Night of Terror. Aggressively mediocre. Wasn't keen on it. Wanting a Villa Diadonna. I think that's a pretty damn good one. I'm going to put that there. Oh, Can You Hear Me? I liked that one quite a lot. Fantastic. I think I'm just going to good it. But, like, you know, you go down there. Can You Hear Me is the word. It has a lot of potential. It's cool to see the Doctor doing Eldritch horror stuff again, but it needs a bit more time to do stuff. Honestly. Fugitive the Dadoon, fantastic. That's a fucking great one. Like that a lot. Real good mid-season twist that I did not really see coming. It's pretty great. I like it a lot. I think that's pretty good. Essentially, the Sidemen. It's good, but it's like it feels middle chapter again. You know, this show. I'm realizing I'm not keen on finales, am I? I'm not keen on middle chapters either, which is impressive. Timeless Children, a hot take here. I like it. I've said this before, but the Timeless Children concept is the Cartmel Master Plan, but better. It's interesting. It adds mystery back to a show that we've maybe got a bit too familiar with the main character of. Being that the show is called Doctor Who, that's kind of important. But it's a bit mysterious, you know? It would be nice if we didn't know what the fuck was going on with Doctor Who sometimes, perhaps. That might be good. I like it. I think it's an interesting concept. I think they play with things. I think that the Timeless Children as an episode drops the ball quite a lot. Like, Cybermasters don't get to do much at all. And gone until the Power of the Doctor, but then they're just sort of ignored. They're just there for, like, hey, it's the dudes again. Revolution of the Daleks was good, I think. Frankly, it's good, but it's like it's not as good as Resolution. It's got cool ideas. I really wish they'd gotten more into like the Daleks being police thing a bit more. It's flawed but good. Halloween Apocalypse fucking slaps, baby. Pretty good. Like Dan. War of the Santarans, pretty damn solid. Once Upon a Time, it's cool concept, but it's a bit underutilized. Urge the Angels, let's I don't think I can put it to the greatest, but like, I'm gonna be honest with myself, I'm gonna move Rosa down as well, actually. Urge the Angels, really, really solid. Great to see a not a Moffatless Angel story on TV. They often are more interesting. And they get to play with the whole tool set. It's cool and it's good. I like it. Survivors of the Flux. What even happened in that one? This one just felt like, honestly, this one's... I think I am going to go good with it. But it's basically just set up for the finale. I'll be honest. You know, you're going down to okay because the Vanquishes is only good as well. Like, somehow you had 6 episodes to do this whole story, and yet the ending still feels massively rushed. Like, it's a good ending, but it's just, they rush past things so much, they don't really give a conclusion to a lot of stuff in it. It's just sort of like, yeah, we're just gonna wrap this up as quickly as we can, please. Okay, bye now. On the other hand, even the Daleks fucking slaps. Even the Daleks is great. I really enjoy that one. Let's put that up here. Maybe, you know what? I don't. Fuck it. I'm so tired. I'm gonna. If I overpraise either of the Daleks by accident, fuck it. I don't care anymore. I'm so fucking tired, man. Oh, go fucking bed. Ugh. Ugh. Legend of the Sea Devils is merely okay. It was fun, but honestly, it was just kinda there. Just kinda there. Oh, no, Panda, I need to finish. I always need to finish. Although I am cutting out. I was originally going to do a ranking all of the Doctors based on my, or each of the Doctors' eras based on my, big pile of this. But honestly, I'm just going to go, like... low fantastic for Power of the Doctor. I still feel like I want to rewatch and process it a bit. It is still, as with the entire era, heavily flawed. But like, Ace got to say goodbye to Seven. Unhinged Doctor. Thanks, Panda. I was going to stick to televised only, but like, he's got to say goodbye to Seven. She got to say goodbye. There's obviously moments that happened, but like you know, like they did extended universe stuff. They explored how Ace actually left in the board. Like maybe they played with that idea of her leaving and coming back, but at the end of the day, there's no real canon answer of what happens to Ace between Power of the Doctor and her leaving and Survival being her last episode. Like, the Power of the Doctor even only leaves it as, we had a falling out, which is nice because it means that it doesn't lock anyone into one particular answer, but just... I'm glad they got to say goodbye. Because they never got that moment, you know? Not the actors didn't, and the characters didn't on TV, and it's nice. It's just nice to say bye. Also included in Power of the Doctor, the first time that the Daleks, the Cybermen, and the Master have all been in one episode since like the 5 Doctors, in which they didn't really interact. They don't really interact that much in Power of the Doctor either, but like you get the feeling that they at least had a conversation. Ace was not a cat girl. She fought back the cat girl. In The Power of the Doctor, she does tell the Master the last time she saw him that he was becoming a cat boy, and the Master's response is, "A guy's allowed to have a phase," and that's pretty fun. It's like The Power of the Doctor is nice, fun fan service. It's a nice special. It is actually a better celebration of the classic series than the 50th special is in a few ways. And it's neat, and it has one of the most horrible causes of death for the Doctor ever, and then another one that happens afterwards. And like, it has the flipping cliffhanger that no one will shut up about with who 14 is, and like, just it was a good episode. I liked it. And obviously I have my criticisms of this era's writing, but like, you will note there is nothing in the bad column. There is no episode that I hate from this series. None of them. The worst episode is merely okay to me. It's like, the episode that actually upsets me the most is Nikola Tesla's Night of Terror, because I'm disappointed they didn't give Nikola Tesla a better story. That's saying something, right? Like, languishing in the pool of mediocrity, sure, but never bad. I never think this series did bad. No? And yet, there's a ton of people out there who just loathe this era, and I don't get it. I think maybe they genuinely don't realise that they are just upset about the Doctor being a woman. Or they got caught up in this sort of hate storm where other people have said that, and they've sort of bent their opinions to the same shape, and it's like, again, there's criticisms. I don't feel like any of this should be... I don't think you should have to agree with me. I don't even feel like you have to think any of these are even as nice. Just... I get sad that this sort of angry hive mind is how the fandom reacts to my favourite show. When really, it's a fucking TV show. It doesn't matter. If this was fucking Brooklyn... If this was any other TV show, it would be fucking cancelled by now. My guys. You know how much people don't appreciate, like, how much goddamn stuff there is in Doctor Who. Like, there is so much Doctor Who out there, so much extended universe material, so much stuff to go and enjoy and have fun. Even if you only like a certain era, they are still making stories for every Doctor. Constantly, there is so much you can go out and have fun with, and instead, some people choose to be piss babies on the internet all the time. Well, I did my stream, though. I did manage my stream. I'm sorry, I don't stay out this late, basically ever, and I'm very fucking tired, and I'm gonna just, we're not playing the movie soundtrack, Fox will sue me. Which means Disney will sue me, which means the monolith will sue me. Never be free of the monolith. Anyway, yeah, I'm gonna save all these somewhere and like, you know, I'm gonna dump them in the server somewhere. But I can't be talking much longer. I need to be asleep. Thank you very much, everyone, for being here. Even those of you who aren't still currently here, I'm not gonna raid. I'm so fucking tired. I'm just going to bed. I stream on Wednesdays and Fridays at 8 p.m. and I will probably actually play a game on Friday because the last few streams, as much as I try not to care about numbers, my numbers have been fucking garbage on my last few streams. Nobody wants to hear my Doctor Who opinions? What a shame. You're getting them anyway. But yeah, thank you very much. I appreciate you being here, Panda. You've been here for the whole fucking stream. And I appreciate everyone else who dropped in as well. And anyone who's watching the VOD of this and judging my opinions. You're also welcome. I hope that everyone has a nice time. Okay? Good night, everybody. Ow, my head hurts. Ugh.